are you? Good morning.
Morning, my lady. How are you?
Good, thanks, and you?
Good, good.
Irene, can you call the matter into the record?
Calling, can we please mute our microphones? Calling the matter of life Esidimeni Inquest, case number I-001 of 2021.
Please put off your cameras if you are not involved. I see Mr. Craig Sprinkle. I don't know what's happening there, but he's even not muted. All right.
I'd like to address you.
Thank you very much. Just mute your mic and also put off your camera. Yes.
I think Mr. Watt Pringle would like to address your ladyship before I
Yes,
continue.
I will give him the opportunity. Yes, Mr. Watt Pringle?
Yes, ma'am. The reason I want to address you is to ask to be excused from today's proceedings. I received a few minutes ago in the family. My junior, Mr. Martin, is not available. That's why I was appearing this week. Mr. Van Heerden, attorney.
You seem not to be that audible. I can't hear you. I don't know what's wrong there.
Lady, is that better? I don't know why the system's
Something
not
is
working.
not right because even your face doesn't appear clear there.
Is that any better?
I can't see your face, but just let's hear what you want to say.
Lady, I want to be excused from today's proceedings. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Yes. The reason is that a few minutes ago I received news of a bereavement in my immediate family, and my junior, Mr. Martin, is not available for this witness. Mr. Van Heerden,
is there someone who can be sent in for you?
Mr. Van Heerden will observe the proceedings. Dr. Celebano, there is my attorney who's just come on screen.
Okay.
Dr. Celebano also
is also present.
If there's another witness today and if there's any question arising, I'll be able to do that tomorrow. So I'll just ask you.
Sorry to hear that. No, it's understandable. You're excused. That's fine.
Thank you, my lady. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge?
Yes, I'm listening.
Before we start, Advocate Mapyanya also called me in the morning saying that he won't be able to attend the proceedings until tomorrow, Thursday or Friday. But I asked him to send us a letter to that effect.
Is there someone standing in for him?
I don't think so. When I asked him to send someone, he said there was no one that he can send. That's why I asked him to prepare a letter.
Yes, but in that case, somebody must be there because we don't know as to whether. But in any event, his client should be present, isn't it, to hear the proceedings? I don't know whether they hear them from YouTube or what is happening, but he must ensure that somebody is representing his client, will be able to stand in for him during his absence. All right, thank you very much. You will communicate with him. The witness is reminded that she's still under oath. Ms. Maite was busy with cross-examination yesterday. Are you ready to proceed, ma'am?
I am ready, my lady.
Please slow down.
I will, my lady.
All right. Just a second. For the purpose of the record, what is today's date? Is the 9th.
7th.
No, the
7th of September.
7th of September, yes. Continue.
Good morning, Ms. Buthelezi.
Good morning.
Ma'am, the last time yesterday we left off on paragraph 23 of your statement, and your statement is found on page 1438.
Yes, I'm ready.
I'm going to be proceeding on paragraph 24. Just for purposes of the record, I'm going to read out the paragraph. It states that we pointed out to them that specific MHCUs were prone to relapsing and that they were thus not suitable to be placed in an NGO. They needed a structured environment. We had MHCUs who were just not dischargeable at all, and notwithstanding our remonstrations, they were discharged. Approximately 60% of our MHCUs were not dischargeable. You've got that paragraph.
That's correct. The statement is true.
When you say we, I assume you're speaking about yourself, well, the MDT, am I correct?
That's correct.
And when you make reference to them, you're speaking about Dr. Linkwane and Mrs. Sinello, am I correct?
That's correct.
Now, from the evidence that is already placed before us, and you confirmed it yesterday, that there was a process of assessment that was done between the MDT as well as Dr. Linkwane and Mrs. Sinello. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Now, during that process of assessment, the users were then classified under 3 categories: those who could be discharged to a hospital, those who could be discharged to an NGO, and those could be discharged to go home. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Now, in accordance to those...
Just a second.
I apologize, my lady.
Yes, continue.
Now, in accordance to that assessment criteria and that categorization of the users were then discharged in that particular order. Am I correct? Those who were assessed to be only discharged for purposes of hospital were sent to hospitals. Am I correct?
That's correct.
And those who were assessed for purposes of being suitable for purposes of NGOs then went to NGOs. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, Ms. Buthelezi. My lady, that would then conclude my cross-examination for this witness.
Okay. Just before you step down, I just want to clarify. I saw there are 2 Mrs. Nellos. The other one is Nokelo. The other one is, what is the other name? Maybe this one. I saw the other name. Wait, just a second for me. Frida Sinello.
That is correct, my lady. May it please the court, my lady.
Okay, but we have all along, just referring to this part of the evidence, we've been talking about Miss Nsinuelo Nokelo, ne?
That is correct, non-neighbor.
Thank you very much.
May it please you. Thank you, Ms. Buthelezi.
Yes, Miss Mboweni, are you next?
That is correct, my lady.
Okay, continue.
May it please the court, my lady. My lady, I confirm my appearance on behalf of Nonqeba Cynthia Sinello, who is sequential witness number 9 on the list of witnesses. Good morning, Ms. Buthelezi.
Good morning.
So for purposes of this cross-examination, I will be referring you to certain sections of your affidavit, and I will also be referring you to certain sections of Ms. Nonqeba's affidavit. So we will start in your affidavit. We will start with paragraph 12, which will be found on page 1436.
Come again, page?
1436.
Paragraph 12.
That is correct, my lady. Now the paragraph reads, once you have it, you can just say that you have it.
Yes, I do.
The paragraph 12 reads as follows: that subsequent to the termination notice, And before the processes started, we had a meeting with the Gauteng Department of Health, and the department indicated that they would place government officials at Life Esidimeni centers to facilitate the process. The individuals placed at Waverley were Dr. S. Linkwani and Ms. Sinelo. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, it is my client's version that she was placed there, according to your paragraph 12, to facilitate the process. Is that your understanding as well?
Yes, that's correct.
This facilitation process, according to your understanding, what was my client supposed to do in that regard?
The problem is I want to know accurately, because all we were told that they're going to be placed in Waverley Care Center. They're going to assist in making sure that the patients are being transferred to NGOs, and they will be there to receive the patients, and they want to be responsible to make sure that the NGO receive those patients with the medications and documents.
That is correct. So my client was facilitating the process, and your evidence earlier was that there was a multidisciplinary team, and the purpose of that multidisciplinary team was to diagnose and to assess the patients. Is that correct? So
that's
it was
correct.
the duty.
Just a second, please. Yes, continue.
So it is my client's version.
Just before you continue, can I check if Mr. Van Bargen, is he present? As we're proceeding.
I am, my lady. I'm
Okay.
sorry, I had difficulty
All right,
getting the cursor on the right
All
place.
right. Okay, thank you very much.
May I
Continue.
please support my lady? Ms. Buthelezi, it is therefore my client's version that she was not placed at Life Esidimeni for the purpose of assessing patients. What do you say to that?
It was not that a comprehensive assessment that was done by the MDT, but on several occasions we'll go to the wards with her, and we will be saying this is the patient to be transferred, and they will ask the details of the mental state of that particular mental health care user.
Would I then be correct to say that the duty to assess patients and to do a thorough assessment rested solely with Life Esidimeni and their multidisciplinary team?
I agree.
And that my client...
Just hold it there. You agree that? I agree that the assessment of the mental health care user rests with Life Esidimeni. Okay.
Thank you so much, Ms. Buthelezi. Now, I'd like to take you to my client's statement, which will be found on page 662. Page 662. Do you have it?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. So on page 662, I will refer you to paragraph 4, and I will refer you to the last about 1, 2, 3. the last 9 lines, it starts with Dr. Gail Ura. Can you see that sentence? Dr. Gail Ura from Life Esidimeni.
Yes, I can.
Dr. Gail Ura from Life Esidimeni provided us with a list indicating the number of patients, the medication, the profile, and functionality of the patients. The list was to be used as a guideline to indicate as to whether the patients can be transferred either to NGO, hospital, or be discharged to their families. What do you say to that statement?
The statement is correct.
So it is Dr. Gail Ura who provided you with the list. And that list was already indicative of where patients were supposed to be transferred.
I'm not sure of the transfer, but all I can remember is the mental state, the physical state of the mental care user, the address, the gender, and the age, and the family contact. I'm not sure of where the patient to be placed. Ms. Mboni, I'm going to ask you, before the witness responds to your question, let that witness read the statement. There's nothing wrong where you refer the patient to that particular line or what particular paragraph, but please ensure that the witness give her the opportunity to read the statement.
Indeed so, my lady. May I
Yes.
please, my lady?
Yes, continue, because this one you just referred her to this particular line in a certain paragraph which she didn't even read. So, I mean, it's better please do that so that the witness can understand, because just to refer to a witness to a specific sentence to say, what is your response to that? I can understand that you read that to her, but let her understand the context of that particular statement or the paragraph.
May it please the court, my lady?
Yes.
Ms. Buthelezi, let me lay a foundation for this question.
And even then we can, I don't know how long is that statement. Maybe she can also familiarize herself with that.
May it please the court, my lady? This is quite a critical issue, and it's important to the
Yes.
that I want to lead. So
Okay.
I would like to grant the witness an opportunity to read from the line, the 9th line, the one that I read to the witness, if she can read it for herself.
If we can say she must read that whole paragraph, and then you refer her to, thereafter you refer her to that particular sentence that you are referring to.
I have no objection to that, my lady. The witness may read the whole paragraph.
Can you look at that particular paragraph, Ms. Buthelezi? Where it starts with Dr. Gale. I don't know. I just wanted you to get the context. Even if you can start the whole, you can read the whole paragraph. If it makes sense to you, then you can then continue to that specific particular line where she had referred to. Dr. Gail Ure from Life Esidimeni. No, just read it for yourself, not necessarily to read it into the record. There's no need for you to read it into the record, yes. You can just read the whole of paragraph 4. Okay.
I'm done, my lady.
Okay, so that particular line, as you go down, you can just look. Oh, okay, are you satisfied? Then can she continue?
Yes, she can.
Okay, Miss Mboweni.
May it please the court, my lady. Thank you so much, Ms. Buthelezi. Ms. Buthelezi, may I start by asking you, are you aware of this list that my client is referring to in this paragraph?
Yes, I am.
And then when my client refers to the issue of that this list,
Can we just call her by name?
Ms. Sinelo. She says that this list was to be used as a guideline. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What was the role of Dr. Yura in this regard?
Previously, we were requested by Gail Ure to compile a list indicating the name of the patient and all what is in Ms. Nelo's statement. Then we send it to head office so that one spreadsheet was sent to the Department of Health.
That is correct. That is my client's evidence. Now, when you say previously, do you know more or less in 2016 which month more or less we are referring to?
No, I don't remember the month.
But was it before patients were discharged?
That's correct.
Which year could that be, if you can remember?
2016, if I'm not mistaken.
May it please the court, my lady.
So you say it was before the transfer of the patients?
That's correct, my lady.
Would it then be correct to say that long before the patients were discharged, assessments has been done and there was a list indicating where patients were supposed to be transferred to?
I'll agree with that.
Just a second, please. Yes.
Now, Ms. Buthelezi, if that is the case, and if this list was prepared way in advance, what was the challenge then in transferring patients? Why was it taking long for patients to be transferred from Life Esidimeni?
This list was prepared in 2016, if I might be accurate. It is when now it was true that the patients are moving. This was going to serve as a guideline for the transfer.
Were you then using this guideline to decide where patients should be transferred to?
That's correct.
And how long in advance were patients then assessed again prior to their immediate transfer?
I don't understand the question. Kindly repeat it for me.
So there was this list that was prepared in advance, which gave you an indication and should serve as a guideline as to where patients were supposed to be transferred to. Did you do a second assessment, or was that the only list that was used to decide where patients should be transferred to?
This was not the only list, but because mental care user, we have to assess them physically in readiness for transfer.
Now, this list that we are referring to, it had the medication, the profile, and the functionality of the patients. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So you had an idea from the guideline that was provided to you where more or less patients should be going unless prior to their transfer, there has been a change in their condition. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So it means that even on the mornings where patients were then transferred and you were informed that more patients should be transferred than what was initially planned, you still had that guideline at your disposal to make an informed decision as to where the patients should have been transferred to.
That's correct, but the concern was the physical assessment. You can't rely on the mental and the physical state, mental state of the mental care user, which was done maybe 3 months or 6 months ago.
That is correct. My client agrees with that. My client is saying that they did the physical assessment according to your statement, where they would look at the patient's outer appearance, because at that point in time, there was no time to do the in-depth assessment. That is the reason why they would look at the patient's physical appearance and they would make that determination based on the physical appearance, because the other assessment would have been done prior. Is that correct?
That's correct, my lady. That is why I said we used the mental state and the last mental state and the physical assessment done by the medical officer. If when an opportunity was not given to us to do the reassessment prior to start.
My apologies. Let me allow you to finish. My apologies.
I say prior the discharge. That was my last word.
Thank you so much. So the statement that they would look at the patients and then make a determination on that, there was then absolutely nothing wrong with that statement, because the assessment would have been prior done, and now based on the fact that they're being discharged, Ms. Sinelo and Dr. Linkwani would be there to look with you at the physical appearance as to whether the patient is fit to be transferred. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So is it then safe to say that the assessments, the diagnosis was done by the Life Esidimeni multidisciplinary team?
I agree.
Now, Ms. Buthelezi, if I can take you back to your statement, and I will refer you to paragraph, so we're going back to page 1437. And this is the evidence that we just laid now. Paragraph 19. Do you have paragraph 19?
Yes, I do.
Can you please read paragraph 19?
I'm done, my lady.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Buthelezi. So this evidence then that Ms. Sinelo would arrive in the morning and sit with you to advise that a particular NGO would admit 20 mental health care users without telling us the admissions criteria for the NGO, meaning that it is my client's evidence that she was simply there to facilitate and to look at the physical appearance of the patient when the mental health care user was being transferred. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Another statement within that paragraph is that we would continue to follow the process that we had always followed, that the mental health care user must be seen by a psychiatrist and also assessed by a medical officer before the mental health care user is transferred. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is it then your evidence that this mental health care user will not necessarily be assessed on the day of transfer, but would have been prior assessed in preparation for transfer?
That's correct. That is why in the previous evidence that I gave, I said, Ms. Nello, they will give us a date on which the mental health care user will be transferred. With the first and the second batch, they gave us the date in advance, which gave us enough time to reassess the patients. Because the mental health care user, you cannot 100% rely on the previous assessments.
That is correct. So on the day of transfer, would I be correct to say that on the day of transfer, the only assessment that you would be doing will be the physical assessment to be able to see whether the patient is fit for discharge?
That's correct.
Thank you so much. Now, within paragraph 19 again, you said that in the third line, you would sit with us and advise us that a particular NGO will admit 20 mental health care users without telling us the admissions criteria. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, are you aware that Ms. Sanello was not the one who was selecting the NGOs?
That I wouldn't know.
Now, according to the evidence that you gave yesterday to Advocate Maite, you would not be aware of the internal processes of the Department of Health. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And who is authorized to do what within the Department of Health?
That's correct.
But you can give evidence to this court to say that you know that Ms. Sanello was with you at Waverley. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Meaning that she was not at the NGOs.
That's correct.
And that her task was to facilitate the transfer of the patients.
That's correct.
Now, it is my client's evidence that the mental health care users were transferred directly from Life Esidimeni to the NGOs or the homes or the hospitals. They were not first transferred to the Department of Health. Is that correct?
Does the witness know? Do you know?
When we're doing the transfer on the day of transfer, in the morning, like I said, on the first and the second page, everything went well. In the morning, patients were ready to go. In the morning, Ms. Inwele and Ms. Nello and Dr. Lingwana will call the NGOs on the day of transfer, informing them that mental health care users are coming.
But
that
now,
is correct.
But the question here, has your question been answered?
No, my lady, my question has not been answered. Let me try and assist.
Just try to rephrase it.
Indeed so, my lady. Ms. Buthelezi, it is my client's, Ms. Sanello's evidence that the mental health care users were transferred straight to the NGOs or to the hospitals or to their homes. They were not first handed over to the Department of Health. Meaning that they would leave your premises, they would leave Life Esidimeni and go straight to the homes, hospitals, or NGOs. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Meaning that the Department of Health did not take the patients from Life Esidimeni. Is that correct?
That's correct. But maybe let me clarify the understanding. All the mental health care users that were to be transferred on that particular day, we had a holding room where we handed over to Ms. Nello. They will check the patient's physical appearance and the medication and the records, and then they will sign for us. Then the mental health care user, when the transport arrives, they'll be the ones that will call the mental health care user to get into the transport, and they will hand over the medication and the documents to the receiving NGOs. For us, we're handing over to them in the holding room, and they continue with the process to hand over to the NGOs.
Just a second, I'm sorry to interject here. Can I just understand your evidence here? You are saying you had a holding room?
Yes.
And then what was happening in the holding room? Where there was Ms. Sinelo and Dr. Limkwane?
That's correct.
What was happening, if you can take it from there?
It was sort of a waiting room.
Yes.
When we are waiting for the transport,
yes,
from the NGO or the hospital to fetch the mental health care user.
So what was happening there? What was the specific purpose of putting the mental health care users in that specific room where, and also the role that was played by you as a member of Life Esidimeni as against those two from the Department of Health?
The instructions.
Explain to us what was happening there.
The instructions from Dr. Mukacha was, from the holding room or the waiting room, we must hand over to the government officials. So in that room, once the mental health care user are waiting for transport, we'll hand over the medication and the records to Ms. Sinelo and Dr. Linkwan to say, this is patient so-and-so, here's the medication. They look at the medication and they look at the records, and to pay that the mental health care user is identified, is either with the name belt or the sticker. Then from there, but all of us will be there.
Yes.
Then we'll hand over when they're satisfied that they've received everything, and the mental care. Then there is a document that they will sign to say, yes, we received these patients. Then they will sign. Then they'll give us a copy, and they will have a copy. And that copy, they were using that copy to call the mental health care user as they were getting into the bus or into the transport.
Continue. Thank you very much.
May it please the court, my lady. Now, Ms. Buthelezi, it is my client's version that the mental health care users were not handed over to them. The mental health care users were handed to the NGOs or to the hospitals. They were transferred directly to where they were supposed to go. And the purpose of signing the document was to say that, yes, I saw this patient being transferred to this NGO or to this hospital. But the Department of Health never took the patients into their custody after they left Life Esidimeni. They went to hospitals, they went to NGOs, or they went home, but they were never handed over to the Department of Health. What do you say to that?
I agree with you. What I was explaining is that in that waiting room, we handed over to the government officials who were placed in Waverley Care Center. That is Ms. Nelo and Dr. Lekwan. Because this was an instruction from Dr. Morgan Mkacha that we must hand over from one clinician to another. In that waiting room, we were handing over to them to say, this is mental health care user so-and-so, here's a medication, here are the records. Then they will write on the list and they will also complete the NGO where the patients are going. At that time, then we knew that the patient now is going to this NGO, is then that Life Esidimeni will complete the MCH 11, because now we were sure that the patient is going to this NGO. Then we handed over to them, the mental health care users. They were the ones that were calling the mental health care users to go inside the transport.
Thank you so much, Ms. Buthelezi. Ms. Buthelezi, would you know who arranged the transport for the mental health care users?
That I didn't know.
Now, it is my client's version that that transport was arranged by the NGOs, alternatively the hospitals, and it was not arranged by either Ms. Sinelo, Ms. Cynthia Sinelo. She never arranged transport for any mental health care users to be transferred.
I never said they arranged. We didn't know who arranged the transport.
May it please the court, my lady. I'm satisfied with that answer.
Okay.
Now,
but okay, let me not interfere. I'll ask these questions at a later stage. Okay, continue.
May it please the court, my lady. Ms. Buthelezi, can I then refer you to paragraph 26 of your statement, which is on page 1439.
Yes.
Now, in this paragraph, I will just give you a minute to just read the paragraph, just to refresh your memory on this paragraph.
I'm done, my lady.
Okay.
May it please the court, my lady. So in this paragraph, you state that the process of transferring patients picked up pace, and Dr. Linkwani and Ms. Sinelo complained to us. They indicated that the process was rush process, and that some of the NGOs were not ready to receive the mental health care users. Is that correct?
That's correct.
How did she determine that they were not ready to receive the mental health care users?
That I wouldn't know.
When you refer to this rush process, what exactly are you referring to?
It's because probably, like I indicated, that the first batch and the second batch of patients that were moved from Life Esidimeni, there was sufficient time to prepare. Starting from the death batch and subsequently transferring of others, the preparation wasn't done accordingly. Like I said, they will say to us 20 mental health care users will be moved. Then later in the evening, there will be an email sent that is no longer 20, it's 30. So at times, then we'll become aware of that email in the morning. Then in the morning is then that we'll start to prepare for those mental health care user, additional mental health care user. And there was no time to do the proper assessment. We relied on the previous assessment that were done. It's not unlike the first batch, whereby mental health care users were to be assessed or reassessed by the MTT and the medical officer who was assigned to be in Waverley, Dr. Gane, to do the physical assessments.
Thank you, Ms. Buthelezi. Now, I would like to refer you to paragraph 31, which will be found on page 1440. Can you read paragraph 31 before we engage the paragraph?
Yes, ma'am.
You satisfied?
I'm still reading. I'm done.
Thank you, Ms. Buthelezi. Now, it is my client's version that she cannot understand why you had tracksuits left, because she's saying that at the time that patients were to be discharged, they were looking for clothing items for some of the mental health care users. What do you say to that?
I don't remember that. Like I said previously, those few tracksuits were in the disaster or emergency room. The emergency room is slightly far away from the wards.
Now, it is my client's evidence that at the time of discharge, they had to go to the laundry and look for shoes and clothing items for some of the mental health care users. And you were there with them, and you were aware that they were looking for clothing items for some of the mental health care users.
It's not true.
So all the mental health care users had clothing at the time, their own clothing. They were not in need of clothing at the time of discharge.
Mental care users were transferred with clothes. We had mental health care users who had their own clothing. Because of their level of functioning, they were able to take care of their own clothes. We had mental care users who were unable to take care of their clothes. They were given clothes, those, especially those that were going to an NGO, they were given clothes, and they were also given the clothes that were donated by the families.
Thank you, Ms. Buthelezi. Now, in closing, it is my client's version that at the time of discharge, they had fulfilled their duty. She has fulfilled her duty in facilitating the process, and that she was only at Life Esidimeni to facilitate, and she did this according to what was expected of her. What do you say to that?
I agree. She was very cooperative. I agree with that.
Thank you so much, my lady. I have no further questions for this witness.
Yes, Miss Oka. Did I pronounce it the right way? You are on mute. If you can unmute your mic. Yes.
Yes, my lady, it's Xoxa.
Okay.
Thank you, my lady.
You may continue. You are on behalf of
Rochelle Gordon, my lady.
Okay.
Good morning, Miss Buthelezi.
Good morning.
Miss Buthelezi, I represent Miss Rochelle Gordon, who was instructed on the 12th of May 2016 to escort the bus that was transporting patients from Waverley to Tsepong. Now I am going to ask you a few questions. Were you present at Waverley on the 12th of May 2016?
I will agree because I was there on daily basis until the hospital closed down.
All right. I will deal with 5 aspects. I'm not going to be long with you because there was never an engagement between you and Ms. Gordon. The questions that I'll be asking you will be based on the observations that she made on that day. Now, let's first deal with your evidence where you've indicated that the mental health care users were not dischargeable. 60% of them were not dischargeable. What did you mean by not dischargeable?
It's because of their mental state and they needed a structured environment.
All right. You further testified when my learned friend, Ms. Advocate Makani, was putting the version of Dr. Manamela to you, and you indicated that the mental health care users that were not dischargeable were taken to the hospital. Did I get you correctly?
No, I never said that.
Okay. What then happened to those mental health care users that were not dischargeable?
The instruction was all patients need to be transferred. It's either hospital or NGO or the families, as the hospital is closing down because the Department of Health has terminated the contract with Life Esidimeni.
Would I be correct to say that on the 12th of May 2016, you discharged or transferred patients that were not supposed to an NGO, that were not supposed to have been transferred to an NGO, but to a hospital? What is your response?
My response will be, the list was given
Yes.
to the government officials of the patients not to be discharged. They were the ones that were giving us numbers to say so many mental health care users need to be transferred.
Does that mean you acted according to the instruction of the Department of Health in discharging patients that were supposed to be transferred to hospital, and you discharged them to an NGO?
A list was provided according to the mental state of the mental health care user to the government officials. The list was prepared and they accepted the list.
Ms. Gordon will testify that some of the patients that you discharged to Tsepong NGO were not patients that ought to have been transferred or discharged to an NGO, but are patients that ought to have been transferred to a hospital. What do you say to that?
Patients were to be discharged to NGOs. A list was prepared by all of us, even the government officials, but the instruction was that the patient needs to be out of Life Esidimeni. The government officials, when the list was provided, they were the ones that were deciding whether the patient would go to NGO or a hospital, as we have given them a list prior.
All right. Do you agree with me that you are the ones at Waverley who knew these mental health care users very well than the officials of the department?
That's correct, yes.
I would like to direct you to the evidence of Dr. Mukatra that appears in page 32773. Are you there, Ms. Butelezi?
Still looking for the page?
Three two double seven three.
I'm still reading.
No. Let me direct you to the paragraphs that I would like you to read. There is a question, my lady, if I may read this for her.
Yes, you can continue.
As the court pleases. There is a question posed by my learned friend, Ms. Foster. And the question goes like this: what was the implication for Life Esidimeni when all these patients were transferred or moved from the facility? Mr. Mkatra, these were Life Esidimeni facilities, as indicated earlier, had some of the users who have been in those facilities for many years. There was therefore a family setting. There was a connection between our staff and the users. There was a connection between the users and the facilities. They were in a structured environment that they were used to. Obviously, when you are being detached from your familiar circumstances, you would be worried. There is some of them, they would ask what is going to happen. They were friends. There were groups within the community that were friends. And when they got separated, absolutely, it devastates anybody. We know it happens even with us, even with our own parents when they are taken out of their homes. I'd like us to go back to that sentence that starts with, there was a connection between our staff and the users. There was a connection between the users and the facilities. Would you agree with this statement by Dr. Mkatra?
Yes, I would.
The impression that is created by this statement is that there was this connection between you as staff and the mental health care users, meaning that you know, as the staff, you know these mental health care users very well. Is that not so?
That's correct.
All right.
But the registered in the wards are the ones that we knew them very well, as I was in the management position, but I knew the patients.
All right. I'll just
But in depth is the registered nurses in the wards and the ENAs and so on. The nursing staff, if I may put it that way.
Okay. Thank you for that, Ms. Butelezi. Ms. Butelezi, I'd like to direct you to page 21, which contains the list of the patients who passed on at Tsepong.
Page
21, my lady. Number 24, are you there, Ms. Butelezi?
Yes, I am.
Number 24 of that list is a name of Sina Musalo. Did you know Sina Musalo?
No, I've forgot the names of the mental health care user. It's been long.
You don't know all the names?
Yeah, I don't remember all these names because it's long that the patients were out of Life Esidimeni. I might not remember those names.
All right. As Ms. Gordon will testify that as she was observing these patients being moved from Waverley to the bus, she saw that they were weak. She saw that they were sick. Sina Musalo is one of the patients that she became aware the following day. She became aware of her name the following day, and she was in a lot of pain and she was in a wheelchair. This is one of the patients that Ms. Gordon thought was not supposed to have been sent to an NGO?
My response would be, we had patients who were frail in the facility. Patients were sick. That is why we had a sick bay. When the mental health user is not well, they will be placed in a sick bay for minor physical ailments. And if the patient is not well and it's a condition that at our level we cannot manage, the patient will be transferred to a provincial hospital, and mostly our mental health care users were transferred to Tambo, which was very near to us.
All right. Ms. Rochelle?
Before you pass this, I don't think you have answered this question, Ms. Buthelezi, if you can assist us here. What Ms. Koka is putting to you is that there was this patient, right? The patient was weak, and according to what Ms. Gordon is going to testify, she will testify that this patient was not supposed to go to an NGO by her own observation when she saw the patient the following day. And there is a statement that when patients were taken to the bus, right, the patients were weak and very sick. So what did you agree with the statement or not?
I don't agree with the statement because we were handing over to the officials. I don't agree with the statement.
What is it in the statement that you don't agree with? Don't you agree that there were patients that were weak and sick?
I agree that some of the patients were weak, were sick and frail. Like we had a frail ward. I agree that we had patients who were frail and sick.
And what are you disputing, ma'am?
I'm not disputing anything. I'm saying it's the truth.
I don't understand. You said I don't agree with the statement now. Just clarify me.
My lady, I'm saying it's true that we had patients who were frail,
yes,
and sickly. That is why we had a sick bay to keep those patients. I agree that some of the mental health care users were frail. I agree.
And what is it that you do not agree with?
Because the intention is not to confuse you. It's just that I felt that the question was not answered. That's why I interjected.
Yes.
Just clarify this. It's fine. But you are saying, yes, you agree there were such type of patients.
That's correct.
Yes, but okay.
And I am saying Ms. Gordon became aware of Sina Musala, who was on the wheelchair and was in a lot of pain on the 13th of May 2016 when she visited the NGO. Yes. What is your comment on that?
I cannot answer for Mr. Gordon, but what I'm saying is that we did have patients who were frail and sickly.
And you would also agree that you discharged those patients to Tsepong in particular, or to an NGO?
That's correct.
Thank you, Ms. Buthelezi. Ms. Gordon will also testify that during that week of the 12th, she doesn't remember the exact day, when she visited Tsepong, she also became aware of a patient. She is not sure whether it was Franz Dakar, that appears as number 56 on the list, or whether it was Jan Snyder, but the patient had sepsis in his ear. She will say that patient was also not supposed to have been discharged to an NGO.
My lady,
Yes.
My apologies to interject. I think I may just have missed something. It's just for clarification. I'm not sure if a specific date was mentioned when this is said to have occurred.
May I respond, my lady?
I'd
Yes.
appreciate it.
The patient was transferred from Life Esidimeni Waverley to Tsepong on the 12th of May. Miss Gordon became aware, she's not sure about the exact date, but during that week as she was visiting the NGO, she became aware of this particular person, but she's not sure whether it's Franz Decker or Jan Snyder. She became aware that she had sepsis in the ear.
Thank you, my lady. That clarifies it.
Okay. You said she was not aware if it was Franz Decker or
Jan Snyder. He appears on the list as number 20. If I may check, my lady.
26.
Yes.
No, Snyder, it's 25.
Yes, my lady.
Just a second. Snyder.
Yes. She's not sure who of
Yes,
the two
that's
was,
fine,
but
that's fine.
the condition that he was suffering from is the sepsis in the ear. Were you aware of such a
Also
patient?
not sure about the date. It was in the course of that week, ne?
Yes, my lady. Ms. Buthelezi, did you know of any patient who had that sepsis in the ear?
No, I didn't.
All right. That patient, according to Ms. Gordon, was also not supposed to have been sent to an NGO. The last one that she became aware of during that week is John Peterson. He appears as number 28, and she will say that he was bedridden. Were you aware of such a patient, Ms. Buthelezi?
I don't recall the names of those patients and the incident, but some I do. But the ones that you have mentioned, I don't recall. I don't remember.
All right. It is surprising that you do not remember, as Dr. Mkachwa has painted a picture that there was a connection between you as staff and these mental health care users.
My lady, that is an unfair statement to make. The witness has already indicated that the staff who would have intimate knowledge of the patients were the staff members in the wards, the registered nurses and the ENAs, as she referred to them. She said that as she was in administration, she would not have that type of intimate knowledge. So
Yes, the court pleases, my lady. I will leave it there, my lady, if I may continue.
But you understand, because she said the staff, the nurses specifically would know the patients.
I get her point, my lady.
Yes, continue.
Now, if Ms. Buthelezi, we can go to your evidence about clothing. You've testified that when the users were discharged to their families, the families would bring clothing for them, and when they were discharged to an NGO, they were provided with clothes. Did I understand your evidence correctly?
That's correct.
Ms. Gordon, when she comes and testifies, she will testify that some of the mental health care users that were discharged on the 12th of May 2016 only had the clothes that they were wearing and nothing more. What do you say to that? Any comment?
My comment is, when the mental health care users were transferred to NGOs, they were provided with clothes because we had a lot of clothes in the facility and the clothes that were donated by the families during the stay of the mental health care user in Waverley Care Center.
All right. She will further testify that even those who had what appeared to be extra clothing, when she looked at it, it would be one pair of clothing. It was just a small plastic. Any comment?
My comment is mental health care users were provided with clothes when they left Life Esidimeni.
So you disagree with the statement?
I disagree with the statement.
All right. Now, if we may go to the issue of medication. I'm not sure if I understood your testimony correctly. You said when discharging the patients to NGO, you give them 28 days medication, and when you transferring them to hospital, you give them 7 days medication. Did I get that correctly?
That's correct. It's stipulated in the service level of agreement between Life Esidimeni and the Department of Health.
Is this what you did on the 12th of May when mental health care users were transferred to Tsepong?
This is what we did for all the mental health care users. Like I said, we had a waiting room where we handed over the medication and the records to Ms. Neno and Dr. Lingwane. Then they handed over to the NGOs.
Thank you, ma'am. The reason I'm asking this question is because Ms. Rochelle Gordon, when she comes and testify, she'll testify that the patient mental health care users at Tsepong had 7 days medication and not 28 days. Any comment?
What I know is all mental health care users who were going to an NGO were provided with 28 medication, and that medication was
days, not 28
28 days medication, my apology, 28 days medication when the mental health care user was going to be transferred to an NGO. We handed over that medication to Ms. Sinelo and Dr. Lingwane.
She will testify that those mental health care users that had 7 days medication at Tsepong, forced Ms. Gordon to request a pharmacy manager at Vescopis to open the pharmacy one night and provide the mental health care users with the medication.
Come again?
She will testify, my lady, that because the patients that were transferred to Tsepong only had medication for 7 days, she was forced to wake up one night a pharmacy manager at Vescopis to get more medication, meaning that medication was only for 7 days that they were discharged with. Any comment, Ms. Utelezi?
It's not true because Dr. Lingwane and Nongaba Sinolo were present every day. We handed over to them. They knew that for medication for 28 days, it was for the patients that were going to an NGO. As to what happened to the medication that we handed over to them, I cannot account for that.
All right. Ms. Gordon will also testify that Neil Veselo of Shama House also called her, indicating to her that the patients at Shama House did not have medication. Would you like to comment on this statement?
I'll reiterate what I've said. All mental health care users who were transferred to NGOs were given 28 days medication and 7 days for those that were going to provincial hospital. We handed over that medication to Dr. Mlingwane and Ms. Sineno as they were in Waverley on daily basis. They were the ones that were handing over to the NGOs.
All right, Ms. Buthelezi. Now, my last point to you, if we may deal with the best interest of the mental health care users. My learned friend, Advocate Hasim SC, asked you whether in your experience of the rush discharge of patient, you felt that the best interest of the mental health care users were taken into account, and your answer was no. Do you remember?
Yes, I do.
Who, according to you, had the duty to place the best interest of these mental health care users before any other interest?
It's all of us. It's all of us as professional nurses and the Department of Health. It's all of us.
When you talk about all of us, does it mean professionals from Life Esidimeni and professionals from the Department of Health? Is that what you mean?
That's correct, yes.
Right. My lady, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
As the court pleases.
Is there anyone else before I request Mr. Van Bergen?
Yes, my lady.
Yes, okay. Who's that? Oh, Ms. Mjerere.
Yes. Can I continue now, or I will continue after tea break?
No, continue. It's your turn. Mjerere.
Yes, my lady.
Yes. This is on behalf of?
Mahlori Daphne Ndlovu.
Okay.
Witness number 11.
Yes.
As please the court, my lady. Good morning, Mrs. Buthelezi.
Good morning.
I see maybe we should take a break now. I see it's 21 minutes past 11. I haven't been looking at my time. I think let's take a tea break and then we'll resume after 15 minutes. That will be at 22. At 22:12. The witness is warned.
May it please the court, my lady.
Okay.
Your ladyship, please.
convened. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, my lady.
Yes.
May it please the court, my lady?
Yes. The witness is reminded that she's still under oath. I see Mr. Martin is here.
May it please your ladyship. My lady, if I can just take this opportunity to just note my presence today. I know that Mr. Watt Pringle spoke to you this morning.
Yes.
I'm not sure how audible he was when he addressed you, but he's had a bereavement in the family, a very personal bereavement.
Okay, no,
And
I was able to hear him.
as it pleases your ladyship, the arrangement between us is that he's taking certain periods and I'm taking periods he was supposed to take this week.
Okay.
So I'll be filling in for him today.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Mjerara, the witness is reminded that she's still under oath. You may proceed.
As please the court, my lady.
Just ensure that you are audible enough for everyone to hear you. Because I can see even your camera is not that visible, but okay, continue.
As please the court, my lady.
Mm.
Mrs. Buthelezi, you indicated before this court that you were a nursing manager at Life Esidimeni Waveli Center. Am I correct?
That's correct.
And you also agreed that you were also a member of the MDT team of Life Esidimeni Waveli. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Can you tell this court as to what were your duties and responsibilities within the multidisciplinary team of Life Esidimeni Waveli?
It was to make decisions in relation to patient care. And
in
making
relation
sure
to patient's care.
Patient care, yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Can you tell the court as to what were your duties and responsibilities in relation to Project Marathon?
In relation to the project?
Yes, my lady.
It was to make sure that mental health care users are assessed by all the MDT members and to make sure that our pharmacy prepares the medication. The social worker informs the families that a mental health care user is going to be transferred.
Okay. Is that all?
Making sure that the mental health care user have the necessary belongings in terms of toiletry. But that was done collectively with the MDT.
Okay. And what else?
Patient safety was also my concern.
Okay. And what else?
Safe environment.
Is that all?
Making sure that the patient have safe, or how can I put it? That the patient have access to uninterrupted water. making sure that the rehabilitation programs are in place and functional?
No, Ms. Buteles, I'm referring to your duties and responsibilities during the course of Project Marathon.
Okay.
Yes.
My apology.
Okay. So, did you interact with members of MDT CCRC during the course of the project? CCRC, I'm referring to Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Center.
Communicated.
Did you interact with members of MDT Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Center during the course of Project Marathon?
It was when we had a meeting, there was a representative, because that representative was solely for the staff that needed to be transferred. As they indicated the number of vacancies that they have in Cullinan.
It is my client's instruction that members of MDT Cullinan, they visited your facility during the course of Project Marathon. Do you still remember that?
Yes, I do remember that they did visit.
And she instructed me to say that it was on the 12th of May 2016 and also on the 17th day of May 2016. Do you still remember that?
I don't remember the dates, but I know that they did visit.
She instructed me further to say that she came there at Cullinan, at Waveli, in your capacity as a social worker from Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Center, who was also a member of MDT Cullinan. Her name is Matlori Daphne Ndlovu. Do you know her?
I don't know her.
Do you know Mandisa, a social worker at Life Esidimeni, Waveli?
Mandisa Kiosa was our social worker.
It is my client's instruction that on the 12th of May and on the 17th of May, she interacted with her fellow social worker of Life Esidimeni by the name of Mandisa.
Who interacted with Mandisa?
Matlori Daphne Ndlovu, my lady.
Okay. On the 12th and the 17th
yes.
of May. Yes.
Okay, she
That is the
indicated
question to the witness, okay?
My client will further tell the court that on the days that she visited your facility, some of the patients were not given medication, they were not given discharge summaries, they were not given clinical records. What is your comment to that?
Like I've given the evidence, all patients' records and medication were given to Dr. Linkwane and Nongeba Sinwele at the holding or waiting room.
I'm gonna refer you to page 1438 of your statement. Paragraph 24.
Page 1434.
Yes, my lady.
Paragraph
24. You indicated Miss Buthelezi in this paragraph that approximately 60% of your MXCUS were not dischargeable.
That's true.
Can you explain before this court as to why it was like that?
They were not dischargeable because of their mental state, and they were prone to relapse. And secondly, they needed a structured environment. They're prone to relapse.
So then, will I be correct to say that these people you said they were undischargeable, they were in fact very sick?
They were?
In fact, very sick patients.
That was not the determination of the physical status. It was more of the mental status, not that they were sickly.
But you said they were prone to relapsing. Can you explain what do you mean by that?
Relapsing mentally, where they'll be disorientated, unable to take care of their personal belongings. I'm referring to the mental status.
And how was their physical condition?
Pardon?
How was their physical condition, their physical health and well-being?
Physically, they were fine. Some of them were frail.
How many?
I wouldn't know at hand by now.
Can you say it was 20%, 40% of those who you said were undischargeable or more?
I don't remember.
What did you do with those ones who were frail?
In terms of discharge or in terms of what?
As an institution, what did you do to those who were frail?
Those who were frail, they had their designated wards, because all mental health users were accommodated in the wards according to the level of functioning and their physical status. Those who were frail were kept in a certain ward and they were taken care of. They were given total care there, and it depended on what was the patient's needs.
And will I be correct to say that they were frail because of sicknesses and diseases?
Patients become frail at times because of age. It's not because of physical status only.
Yes, but my question to you is, will I be correct to say that they were frail because of sicknesses and diseases?
The comorbidities, yes.
My lady, that question has already been answered. It was asked.
Ms. Mujale, okay, continue.
A few questions earlier, when it was put by my learned friend, Ms. Munjalele, that they were very sick. And the witness explained it was not an indication of their physical status, it related to their mental status.
Mental status, yes. Now, Ms. Mujale.
As please the court, my lady, what I want the witness to explain here is about those patients that she said were frail. I asked the witness to explain as to what did she mean when she says some patients were frail. And she answered that. After she has answered that, then I had a follow-up question to say, what did Life Esidimeni as an institution did with those ones who were frail?
And then she answered. Then you continued, and then what did you say after that? That is the problem, that's that follow-up, because isn't it, she said they had their designated wards where they were taken care of. And then what was your next question?
My next question was, will I be correct to say that they were frail because of sicknesses and diseases? Then I expected her to give me a yes or no answer.
Okay, maybe that's where Mr. Okay, you can answer this one. When you say the patients are frail, what do you mean?
Mental health care user can be frail because of age. They can be frail because of because of the physical conditions. Some will have the comorbidities. Some become frail because of the mental status.
Okay, continue, Ms. Mjera.
But the ones that you had at Life Esidimeni, what was the reason or what caused them to be frail? You did not answer my question still. What caused those patients we are talking about to be frail? Was it sicknesses and diseases, or what was the position?
Yes, Ms. van Bergen.
My lady, with respect, the witness has, in the previous answer, in fact, answered exactly what was asked. She said they can be frail because of age, they can be frail because of their physical condition, some have comorbidities, and some are frail because of their mental status. The answer has been given.
Yes, Ms. Mjera, I think it's just a repetition here. She has mentioned that the answer speaks for itself.
Yes, please, the court, my lady. My next question to you, Mrs. Buthelezi, it is coming from the cross-examination which was done by my learned colleague, Advocate Mboweni. You indicated during cross-examination by Advocate Mboweni that long before the patients were discharged, there was a list indicating how many patients are to be discharged. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it is my understanding, Ms. Buthelezi, that list also contained the names of those who were supposed to be discharged to hospitals. Am I correct?
The list that was presented, it was only the numbers to say so many patients needs to be out of Life Esidimeni on this particular day.
So the list did not include the name of the patients and their health conditions.
The spreadsheet that we completed prior, before the start of the project, it was a spreadsheet that we indicated the mental state, the physical state, the age, the name of the patient, and whether the patient is suitable for NGO of hospital, and the level of functioning and their diagnosis, and whether the family, the individual has an ID or the individual has family. That was the list that was prepared and was handed over to the Department of Health via our head office. I've also indicated that a mental and physical state of the mental health care user, which was done previously, you cannot rely on it 100%. That is why when we're given the date of when the mental health care user will be transferred, when we're given date in advance, we had to reassess the mental health care user. That's what I said. And as also said, when the first batch and the second batch, everything went well, everything was done accordingly to what we have agreed upon. From the third batch, it's when things didn't go accordingly because a second opportunity was not given to us to reassess the patient in readiness. That is why we gave them the last assessment report.
Okay. You spoke about the first batch and the second batch. When was the first batch?
I don't remember the dates.
Okay. My next question to you, it will be, under cross-examination again by Advocate Mboweni, you agreed that you had patients who were weak, sick, and frail. What happened to these patients?
Patients who were sickly were kept in a sick bay, and on the day of transfer, they were handed over. This is one of the challenges that we have been raising, that this patient is sickly. This patient is not suitable for transfer. But the instruction was that all patients need to be out of Life Esidimeni. That is why we handed over to the Department of Health officials who were based in Waverley Care Center.
My understanding, Ms. Buthelezi, is that the contract between Life Esidimeni and the Department of Health only came to an end on the 30th of June 2016. Am I right?
That's correct.
So
31st to be precise.
Okay. So why then were these patients not taken to the hospital before the process of transfer commenced?
I'll say what I said. Patients that were sickly, there were patients who were in our sick bay, there were patients with minor ailments that we were able to manage at facility. Patients who were very sickly and had conditions that we couldn't manage, the patients were transferred, were in Tambo Memorial Hospital. I still recall that we had some of the patients who were still admitted at Tambo. Those were the last patients. At a later stage, they were transferred. But those that were sick with minor ailments, they were kept in the sick bay.
Did you transfer some of these patients who were sick to NGOs?
Like I've said, patients who were not well were also handed to the Department of Health officials who were based in Waverley Care Center. Yes, they were transferred to the NGOs.
My question to you is, why were these people who were sick? Because you were still having the contract with the Department of Health. Why were they not taken to the hospital instead of them being handed over to the non-governmental organizations?
Really, the witness has already explained that.
Yes, I think
she said that patients who had minor ailments were in the sick bay.
Yes.
And they were handed over. Patients who had more serious conditions were in hospital, specifically Tambo Provincial Hospital, and she said that she recalls that some of those patients were transferred at a later stage. That question has already been answered.
Ms. Mujadala, can we please avoid repetition?
Yes, please, the court, my lady. My client, Mrs. Matlori Daphne Ndlovu, she will tell the court that on the days that she went to Waverley, the patients that the MDT team from Cullinan received, some of them were malnourished and unkept. What is your comment? What is your comment?
It's untrue.
Come again?
The statement is untrue.
It is her further instruction that some of these patients, they only had the clothes they had on. Some they did not even have shoes. What is your comment to that?
This is not true.
Continue.
I'm going to refer you to page 1437 of your statement.
Page
1437, paragraph 19.
Paragraph 13.
Paragraph 19, sentence number 8.
Paragraph 19.
Yes, my lady.
Okay, yes.
Sentence number 8, from sentence number 8.
Just look at the whole paragraph before she refers you to the specific line or sentence.
Okay, my lady. I'm done.
Please continue, Ms. Mjera.
Yes, please, the court, my lady. I'm gonna read for you from sentence number 8 of paragraph 19. All the multidisciplinary team members will do their own assessments. Can you please explain before this court as to which MDT members were you referring to here? Were you referring to the MDT members of Life Esidimeni only, or also those who were coming from the Department of Health, including CCRC?
Life Esidimeni MDT.
Yes.
As please the court, my lady, it appears like most of the questions that I had were asked by my colleagues who cross-examined her earlier. So this will be the end of my cross-examination.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, I see there is someone else here. Your name?
As a court, please, is my lady, Advocate Shabangu,
Yes.
on behalf of Priscilla Nyatlo, sequential witness number 26.
If you can just read, there is a, I think there is a, Are you attending to that?
Yes, my lady, I'm attending to it.
Continue.
As a court pleases, my lady, thank you for the opportunity. I'd like to cross-examine only one question on behalf of Ms. Nyatlu. Good afternoon, Ms. Buthelezi.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Buthelezi, I won't keep you long with only one question. However, there might be follow-up questions depending on the answer. Ms. Buthelezi, when you were cross-examined by my learned colleague, Ms. Munjelele, regarding the point of the list that was used, you indicated that you used the old list. Is that correct? During the marathon project?
It's not correct. I said we had a list that was prepared prior on the mental condition of the mental health care user. It was a spreadsheet with patients' details and their mental state that was sent to our principals. Our principals sent it to the Department of Health for preparation to the transfer of the mental health. It serves as a guide.
Okay, maybe let me clarify to you. Let me be specific to the point of you said the first batch and the second batch, everything went well. Is it so?
That's correct. Yes, I agree.
The problem started when you're using now the third batch.
That's correct.
And when you were using the third batch, what list did you use?
Like I said previously, the department, the officials placed in Waverley Care Center, they provided us with the dates of transfer. Then they will say prepare 20. Then we'll decide on that 20, and that 20 will be assessed by all the MDT members. Like I said, with mental health care use, you cannot rely on the previous assessments. That is why it was important for us to reassess in preparation for the mental health care user to exit life Esidimeni.
That's so you could not rely on the old assessment, but on the third batch. My question is, which list of assessment did you rely on going on the third batch?
We had to rely on that previous list, and we provided them with the last mental assessments that were available in the patient's file and the physical assessment. Like I've said, all our mental health care users were assessed on 6 monthly basis by the medical officer and by the psychiatrist. So we relied on the last report.
So am I correct, if I understand you correctly, that the one that you relied on is the assessment that was done 6 months ago?
That's correct.
Now, my next question, sorry, I'm sorry to interject. My next question to you, was that a fair and a proper procedure to do?
No. Like I indicated that mental health care users, their mental state changes now and then. So you cannot rely on the assessment that were done 6 months ago.
But in this one, you relied on it.
That's correct, because I had no option, because they said so many patients were added, so they had to go.
Didn't you see to it that will create a problem?
Just a second. If I may here, just before he asks this other question. Okay, but maybe let me leave this. I'll deal with it at the end.
Thank you very much, my lady. Now, as I said, Ms. Buthelezi, that it will depend on the following question. Now, the problem that I'm having that you are relying on the assessment that is now 6 months done on these mental health care users. And then according to you, was it a fair thing to do? And then you answered, no, it was not. Then the next question is going to be, what did you do about it? Did you raise this concern to your superiors or to the department officials?
Yes, we did, because after every departure of the mental health care user, we had to give a report to Dr. Mkacha.
And then you were given instructions to go ahead by using this old list.
Like I said, the officials in Waverley Care Center, the officials who are based in Waverley Care Center, they were given an instruction that so many must go today. So they had to implement the instruction given to them, despite the fact that we raised the concerns.
So, ma'am, it is clear that these poor mental health care users that now were used with this old list, they were not taken care of. Do you agree with me?
By who? By us?
That's a very broad question. Can my learned friend perhaps specify in what respect he contends they were not taken care of?
You know, before you go to that, I didn't get this last part of your answer, ma'am. With regard to, isn't it you asked as to what did you do about these assessments, the old assessments? Did you complain to the department or to your superiors? All what I heard is that after the discharge of the mental health care users, you had to give a report to Dr. Mkajwa. But you said something, I don't know whether it was in relation to the department. If I can get that.
I said with every departure of the mental health care user, we were sending a report to Dr. Mkajwa of the proceedings of the day and the challenges that we faced.
And then with what about the department?
The department, the officials who were based, Dr. Linkwane and Nongeba, those were raised with them.
Thank you.
For your ladies,
yes, Mr. Okay.
Your ladies' assistance, and my note is a paraphrasing of what the answer was. The question was, what did you do? And the answer, and the witness can correct me if I'm wrong, was that the officials in Waverley were given an instruction that so many patients had to be transferred today. Yes. They had to implement it. And I must confess, the last bit I didn't get. There was another addition which I didn't get. But
yes, okay. You will clarify that with her, I think, or she can just clarify it with us here.
I said the challenges and the concerns that we had, they were raised with the officials that were based in Waverley Care Center. And there were a report and on departure of all the mental health care users. After they've left, a report was sent to Dr. Mkwacha of the challenges that were faced during the transfer and how many were transferred.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Shabangu, you can take answer to the concerns by Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you very much, and thank you, my learned senior, Mr. Van Berg. I will withdraw that question. However, it is being answered. The next question, my lady, to the witness, which will be the last one, is so if I understand you correctly, you reported after to your seniors, after the mental care users have left, that these are challenges that you have come across when you were transferring that badge. Is it so?
Yes, but that's true.
So you reported after it was your own decision that you will use the old list.
Come again?
It was your own decision to use the old assessment list. It was you were not instructed to do that. It was your own decision.
It was not our own decision. It was not my solely decision. We have to provide the officials who were placed in Way Valley Care Center with the patient's report. So because of the third batch, there was no proper preparation. That is why we provided them with the last physical and the mental assessment. Some were done 6 months ago, some were done 3 months ago. It depended on when was the mental or the physical assessment was done. That is why I was saying the last reports, which were available in the patient's file.
Thank you, my lady. I have no further question for this witness.
Before you step down, let this witness clarify this, because she says we provided them, and your question was, so you decided on your own, right? When you say we, it was a decision of yourself and the whole multidisciplinary team.
And the Department of Health, inclusive.
Meaning the
officials that were based in Way Valley Care Center.
Okay.
My name, can I also add? It was a requirement that when the mental care user is transferred, must be transferred with the report.
Yes.
Yeah. So that is why we're using the last report, because an opportunity was not given to us to give them the recent assessments, because they didn't give us the dates in time. There was an addition of the mental health care user. So the problem started with the addition that we didn't discuss, that they didn't tell us on time.
Okay, thank you.
As a court basis, my lady.
Thank you. Yeah, before you start, can I just check if there is anyone representing Mr. Makanya? Not Makanya, Mr. Mapianya, who's standing in for him today? Is there anybody?
My lady, good morning.
Yeah, is it still good morning? It's 25 minutes past 12.
It's out almost 12:30, my lady. It's Advocate Sibar. It will seem as if there's no one standing in for Advocate Mapianya, and I don't know how he's managing the matter.
We're having a problem because our directive is very clear, isn't it?
Unfortunately, my lady is indisposed. That's the challenge.
All right, can I give the opportunity to others? I see Mr. Profi.
Profi, my lady.
Is the head? Let's see the head.
On behalf of
Patricia Mbasha, representing Ubushle being Nkosi, being the NGO in question.
yes.
Lady, if I may, the witness requests a short adjournment for a body break, if possible.
Yes, okay. Can we take just a 5-minute adjournment just to let the witness go to the bathroom? All right, thanks.
There's the copy, please.
There's no need for you to go out of the meeting. Yes, Mr. Prophet.
Afternoon. As I indicated to the court, I'm sure you heard before your comfort break that I appear. Sorry, my lady, I just see that there is a face on the screen. Is there?
Okay, continue.
I appear on behalf of Ms. Mbasha, she's one of the NGOs. The name in particular is Ubushle Nkosi. I am going to refer to your statement. The relevant page that I'm going to begin with is page 1437, and that's paragraph 16. Just for your convenience, please just read paragraph 16. Let me know when you're done, and then I can address the paragraph accordingly.
I'm done.
Yesterday, you advised that it was an escort and not a visit. I'm not going to burden the court or the record with your evidence. I accept it as it is. I only wish to advise that Ms. Mbasha will tell this court that no family member or representative from Life Esidimeni ever visited the NGO before the users were transferred to the NGO? Can you comment on that?
It cannot be specific that NGO, but there were some of the NGOs of which I said I don't recall, which were visited by the family members.
I agree with you. You would say to the court that there is a nurse who'd be
Just
able...
a second, Mr. Profi.
Have a copy.
Yes, continue.
In respect to the evidence you gave yesterday, you advised that there is a nurse that will be able to advise that she accompanied Dr. Manamela on the escort. But as I indicated, that's not my area of concern. I just wanted to put it before you that Ubushle Nkosi cannot be the NGO being referred to in this escort because no family member nor any representative from Life Esidimeni ever visited Ubushle Nkosi before the users were transferred to her NGO.
I wouldn't know that because I said I don't recall the NGO that the nurse assisted Dr. Manamela when they were transferring patients to that NGO.
Can we then move on to paragraph 17? Have you read it?
Yes, I did.
I wish to just address the area of admission criteria. The importance of, and this is purely for understanding purposes, but the importance of admission criteria you not having that information prevented you from preparing the users accordingly. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the importance of that admission criteria is so that if an NGO requested a certain age, you could send them, you could prepare a certain age group accordingly. If they had substance abuse issues, you could prepare those users accordingly. If they had age requirements, you could put them together, frail requirements, you could put them all together and send them to that NGO all together as a group. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But because of the rush, you couldn't do that grouping. So is my understanding correct that the admission criteria is for suitable matching an NGO to a user?
That's correct.
Then how does that impact your level of preparation to prepare any given MHCU?
It has impacted negatively because we had to, the concern was the numbers from the DOH, which was the numbers. All what they wanted were the numbers of the mental health care user to be transferred out. That was their primary objective.
But in the background of this, you were aware that the contract is going to be terminated. You're aware that your MDT has to prepare the users accordingly. So is the criteria assessment not the entail of the process and not something that prevented you from preparing the users sufficiently from the beginning?
I'll repeat what I've been saying. That mental health care use, we knew the process of transferring, the correct process of transferring the mental health use. That we need to prepare them mentally and physically and all those things. And the preferred NGO, as we knew the admission criteria, right? With because in that spreadsheet, that was a guide which was given to the Department of Health. We relied on that. But if we had a specific criteria admission, it was going to be accurate, because we're going to say this mental health care user is best suited in this NGO because these are the requirements.
But that issue, that the very tail end of what you just said, would matter when the NGOs were now in the realm and the users had to be transferred to an NGO. It didn't prevent you from preparing the users beforehand.
Mental health care users were prepared according to the procedure that was known by all of us, the Department of Health and ourselves. They were prepared. We knew that we need to assess them mentally and physically in preparation for transfer. We knew that we need to make sure that the mental health care user have an ID, because most of the NGOs rely on the social grant. So those were the challenges and the concerns that we raised. Okay, so the preparation was the normal preparation, but to be saying, like I've said, to say this specific mental health care is best suited in this NGO because the admission criteria is this. The preparation was done.
So we can both agree that admission criteria assists with matching.
That's correct, yes.
Not preparation is the point I'm making.
That's correct.
The next one is purely just for understanding the version before. Once you've read the 2 paragraphs, I will then put the scenario to you and you'll either agree or disagree with me. So I just need you to read paragraph 19, and when you're done reading paragraph 19, then paragraph 32.
I'm done.
So very small point just for understanding purposes. Paragraph 19, you say that we continue to follow the process that we had always followed. Then in paragraph 32, the Marathon Project deviated from the transfer process we had been following for years. So those 2 statements are obviously contrary to one another. The evidence you gave yesterday would then put those statements in perspective by saying you followed it, everything was fine in batch 1, batch 2, then paragraph 33 would then find relevance to then say we deviated and things went left from batch 3.
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. So because of this deviation, can we then say it's true that the users who were not suitable for discharge nor assessed by MDT were transferred to NGOs because of this deviation?
That's correct.
Families were not advised of the transfer due to the rush, and we can blame that on the deviation process.
That's correct.
Okay. My learner colleague had read the paragraph to you about the relationship between the users. You advised that it's not specifically you who had a very close and family-like relationship with the users, but a particular nurse. But you might not know their names, but you do know and were familiar with the users.
That's correct. Yes.
Is it fair to say, and the evidence has been given to the court, that once Waverley was no longer being paid for having bodies in the beds, despite that long relationship with the users, Waverley was no longer concerned with the well-being of the users?
I don't agree with the statement.
Why?
It's because we're raising challenges on daily basis. to the officials. And we will actually at times advise that, you know, this patient has got this specific interventions.
You raise those concerns with your head office or the department?
With the department officials who are based in Waverley Care Center.
So then the NGO should direct its concerns to the department and not Life Esidimeni when it comes to what specific aspects should we address concerns to the department and not Life Esidimeni?
That's correct. When we hand it over everything to the government officials. Patients with specific needs, we inform them.
But aspects such as...
Sorry, we're working very close with Dr. Lingwane and Sinel.
But aspects such as record keeping, which has been an area of contention this entire inquiry, that concern can be addressed to you because you were responsible for filling out the discharge summaries.
We gave the reports as per normal transfers that we've been following all these years. We gave those records to the department officials, on the day of transfer.
So when you gave it to the department officials, if you gave the relevant form to the department, there's a difference between I gave a form to a government official and the content of the form. So you can tick that you gave the official a discharge summary, but the content of the discharge summary, that would lie with you and not the department.
That's correct, yes.
So if the discharge summary is insufficient, it is not the department that can answer for the lacking discharge summary, it's Waverley that must account.
I agree.
So there are several aspects that must be placed at the door of Life Esidimeni and not the department.
That's correct.
Great. Could you please read paragraph 25?
I'm done.
Upon yesterday's evidence, you still don't know the NGO that's being referred to. That this scenario where 20 was requested but 50 was asked for on the day, you don't recall the name of that NGO. All you know is that it was a new NGO.
That's correct, yes.
Whose name you do not know.
That's correct.
But upon today's evidence of the waiting room scenario, if you cared for the best interest of the users, what prevented you from, when you transferred the user to your waiting room, to the officials, to simply ask the two officials, where are these patients going to so we can inform their families?
We did. At the waiting room, we did, because they told us that the patients are going to this NGO and this NGO. That is why I said I cannot recall that this patient so-and-so went to this NGO, so-and-so went to this NGO. Immediately when the department of officials say this patient is going to this NGO, our social worker and the social worker auxiliary is then that they will contact the families to say, patient so-and-so is going to this NGO, as written in that handover record. But with the first batch and the second batch, we were able to inform the families on time. And also in that report, in that handover document, there was a portion whereby the receiving NGO must notify the family within 2 days that the mental health care user has arrived in this NGO.
Did any staff at Waverley, from the nurses who had a very good relationship with the users to management, even though the contract had terminated, did anyone try to reach out to the NGOs, because you knew where the patients went to which NGO, to ensure that they were fine in terms of medication, in terms of if it's a substance abuse issue, whatever issue, that the issues were known and could be dealt with, how they were dealing with it for years?
The mental health care user were handed over to the officials. A follow-up wasn't done by us.
Because the contract was terminated, so there was no need.
I cannot answer that one.
No problem. Is it possible that due to the rush and deviation, the users prone to relapsing and those not suited to be placed in NGOs, for example, those that should have gone to a hospital, ended up in an NGO?
That I don't know, but all what I know is that the Department of Health officials were placed in Waverley, were advised that this one is suitable for the hospital, and the preparation was done accordingly. Then we handed over to them.
Sorry, I interrupted you there.
Then we handed over to them.
In your experience, what would the consequence be of a user who was meant to go to hospital but ended up in an NGO? What would the consequence on the health or care?
My lady, with respect, that is an extremely broad question. It is actually a question that cannot be answered, I would submit. If my learned friend can perhaps refine it somewhat so that the witness can understand exactly what she is being asked.
Yes, Mr. Prophet.
The witness gave the evidence that if a user was prone to relapsing or had severe issues, would be transferred back to a hospital.
Yes.
So she is aware of the scenario. If the NGOs are in the same footing as what Life Esidimeni has been, she knows the consequence because she's done the process herself before.
And your question is, what will be the consequences if such a user has been transferred to an NGO and he relapses there, or I didn't get your question properly.
If a user who is meant to be transferred to a hospital,
yes,
is in an NGO, what is the consequence thereof? She would know because when they had the similar situation. Let me just adhere to my learned colleague and refine.
Mr. van Bergen.
Yes, my lady, and I understand my learned friend's problem. It is a difficult question to formulate. I think what he is trying to say, and if I'm wrong, then I'm sure he will correct me. I think what he tries to get from the witness is if a witness who, for example, has an underlying sickness,
yes,
should actually have been transferred to a hospital, was sent to an NGO, were to then deteriorate, what would the consequences be? I would say what may the possible consequences be, because it's a broad spectrum, my lady, but I'm not here.
Not what will the consequences be?
Yeah, my lady, I'm not here to formulate the question, but I'm trying to understand exactly what it is. And my learned friend, Mr. Profi, can perhaps comment on whether my interpretation is the correct one or not, and take it up with the witness.
No, my lady, that is not what I was putting to the witness, but in the spirit of my learned friend asking me to refine the question, perhaps if I put a different question to the witness, it will assist my learned colleague, the witness.
Yes, just try to rephrase, yeah.
When you referred mental health users that were life Esidimeni back to a hospital, what were those reasons? What would cause you to send them back to a hospital?
Come again?
What would cause Life Esidimeni, Waverley in this case, to send users back to a hospital?
Okay.
In relation to their mental state, it's because you find that the mental health care user becomes aggressive. So in Life Esidimeni, we're not admitting aggressive mental health care user. When the mental health care user changes a condition and becomes aggressive, we transfer the mental health care user back to the hospital where the mental health care user comes from.
Thank you. The aggression is the aspect that I wanted to canvass, or the reason that a user could go in between, specifically Life Esidimeni and a hospital.
Okay.
Sorry. Should the center have not been proactive in preparing the users, you had then made that distinction between the information you needed in order to prepare and the deviation is the reason you couldn't prepare. Is that correct?
The deviation happened on the third page, right? That is why we provided them with the last reports, because there was no time to prepare the mental health care user mentally and physically by doing the assessments.
Were you not more concerned with your retrenchment packages and the staff's concern than the user's well-being?
I don't understand your question.
You had said there was a meeting, you guys had arranged a meeting, various concerns were raised in that meeting. Those concerns were what's going to happen to the staff of Life Esidimeni. The finance said, are you going to get retrenchments? There was obviously an impact for the staff. Did that cloud your ability to proactively prepare the users?
No, it's not true.
Thank you. We previously had read paragraph 25. Can you please read paragraph 27?
I've read the statement.
All users were discharged by the 31st of May 2016 from the Waverley facility, correct?
That's correct.
You were the last one to leave the center on the 31st of May 2016.
I left the center on the 30th of June. That was my last day at the center. But there were no patients at that particular time in June.
And just briefly to just separate my thinking, the remaining 38 users, they were transferred to Randfontein on the 31st of May 2016.
That's correct.
With complete files, because the internal process is when a transfer happens internally, you give the complete file.
We didn't give them the whole file at that time because the patients were there. The preparation was that of an NGO at that time.
So it
was not for this. It is something that happened because They couldn't transport the mental health care user, and the NGOs were full. But the preparation was there, the preparation for the NGO. That night, when they were taken to Randfontein Care Center, they went with the prepared file folder, not the whole file.
So even though it was an internal transfer, you prepared them as if they were going to an NGO and not as if they were going to another.
Yeah, that's correct, because on that day, we expected the NGOs to come and fetch the mental health care user. So the preparation was that of an NGO.
And you were told that they couldn't be placed in an NGO because the NGOs were full?
That's correct, yes.
Who told you that?
Dr. Linkwane and Nongeba Sinelo.
What was the condition of these 38 users?
Some of those mental care users were the ones that were frail, because the frail ones were the last to be transferred.
Do you recall if they were predominantly male, predominantly female, only males?
They were males.
All male?
I'm not 100% sure, but predominantly they were males.
Okay. So after the 31st of May 2016, there was no longer an multidisciplinary team. The remaining complete files was sent to Metro File. Medication was sent to the depots. You were wrapping up Waverley from the 31st of May.
On the 1st of June, yes.
No, from the 31st of May, 1st of June.
That's correct, yes.
Ms. Mbasha will tell this court that she received 40 male users from Waverley and the West Rand facilities on the 24th of June 2016. How could she then have received these users from Waverley if you were closed?
The Waverley mental health care users were transferred to our sister hospital, Randfontein. That's the end of the mental health care user from Waverley. That night at 7:45, they were transferred to Randfontein Care Center.
So your comment would then be that she couldn't have fetched users from Waverley because there was no users?
That I don't know, but all I know is that the mental health care users that were remaining in Waverley Care Center that night on the 31st of May were sent to Randfontein Care Center.
If you were the only one there, who would have completed these 38 discharge summaries?
I said to you, the preparation was done as expected, where we had the folder and the reports. And to say mental health care users, we're waiting to say mental health care users will go to an NGO. So the preparation was done. That's why I said previously, the MCH form will be completed when the mental health care user was leaving the facility to say the patient was going to this NGO. That preparation was done. If I may recall, it's like, but though I'm not 100% sure, it's like the official knew that the mental health care user will go into that NGO, and the forms were completed in preparation. The unfortunate part is that the mental health care user didn't live on that particular day, because they received a communication to say the NGOs are full. But probably they also anticipated that they'll go to this NGO maybe as per their plan. So that is why the forms were completed. But all that package was given to the EMS when they were taking mental health care user to Randfontein.
So would Ms. Mbatha then have to take up the insufficient reports with Randfontein and not Waverley?
I'm saying the preparation in Waverley, all the documents were in the folder as we're all preparing the same for all the mental health care users. The files were given to EMS as well as the medication
because
on that day at night.
Because even internally, you still proceeded with the deviated procedure.
Who life is Esidimeni? Is that
Correct.
what you're saying? So
Yes.
you are saying even internally they deviated?
Yes.
Just a second. On what basis do you say they deviated?
Because the witnesses said that they treated the transfer from Waverley to Ronfontein as if it were a transfer to an NGO.
Is okay.
My lady.
I'll give you the chance.
Thank you, my lady.
Yes, Mr.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I submit that the statement is contextually incorrect. The evidence by Ms. Buthelezi is that these 48 users had been prepared in anticipation of them being transferred to an NGO on the 31st of May 2016.
That is on there?
On the 31st of May
Yes.
2016. Because the officials of the Department of Health were apparently informed that there was no more space available in the NGOs, the transfer to an NGO was not effected, which left Life Esidimeni with these users in a facility which, as has been testified previously, didn't have staff, etc., didn't have catering services. So something had to be done with them. And they were then transferred with the documentation and medication as prepared for purposes of transfer to an NGO, Randfontein. So,
yes, I get your point.
Characterize this as, well, you now just persisted internally with the deviated is incorrect in the context, because it does not take into account the circumstances which compelled Life Esidimeni to act in that manner.
Yes, Mr. Profi?
Malay, I don't see why the witness could have not said that very statement. I don't see why her
But that is that not the evidence on record to say that the witness, the mental health care users were prepared for transfer or for discharge to NGOs, right? And then they were informed. She, in her evidence, testified that the officials informed them that the NGOs were full, right? Am I correct?
Correct.
Yes. But now, if you say the transfer from Waverley to Randfontein is a deviation from the procedures, I mean, you're not putting the correct version of what the witness has said. In that the part of the circumstances that prevailed on that particular day, when we're not put to, yes, if you can just rephrase and put the correct version of what
I just want to clarify the latter part of my lady's statement. That I just want to clarify the latter portion of my lady's statement, that this witness had said that it is practice, common practice, that internally we follow this way. We give full records, and we do not do that for transfer to NGO. You didn't follow. My logic is therefore you didn't follow that because of the circumstance that presented itself. Yes or no?
Can we let the witness answer?
On the 31st of May,
yes,
the patients were already prepared to be transferred to the NGO. The process of following the NGO of the documents required, it was the preparation for an NGO. Because all of us anticipated that the mental health care user were going to an NGO.
Correct.
Right. Then later, even the officials of the Department of Health anticipated that the mental health care user were going to be placed in an NGO. Then at a late, and actually they even remembered the NGO that was planned for that day. Because when we completed the Mental Health Care Act form number 11, we even wrote the name of that NGO, though I don't remember the name of that NGO.
Yes.
The unfortunate part later, then they were told that the NGOs are full. There's no way that a mental health care user can be transferred, and they don't have a transport. Then late, so we were stuck with those mental health care users, and that information was given to our principals. Then later, we received a communication via our head office that the mental health care user that we were stuck with in Waverley Case, and those mental health care users, for information, they were already at the holding room, that is the waiting room.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
then
you received this communication from your head office, and then
the mental care user cannot be transferred today, because the Department of Health official says the NGOs are full. And they are requesting that the mental health care user be transferred to Randfontein Care Center.
Oh, this was
the
now
Department of Health is the one. Pardon?
Yes, continue. I don't want to interrupt you. Continue.
The Department of Health is the one that have arranged the EMS to transport the mental health care user to Randfontein.
Okay, so Randfontein is this is one of your facilities. Are you with me? So you got this communication from the from your head office.
That's correct.
To say that the department is saying that the NGOs are full.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, my lady.
Now you are notified that you can no longer, these people can no longer be transferred to the NGOs.
That's correct, my lady.
And then who came up with the idea that they should be transported to Randfontein?
The Department of Health requested our principals that the mental health care user be taken to Randfontein.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, Melanie. So I just want to conclude on this point that the process could change as the circumstances allowed or presented itself between the department and Life Esidimeni. Did you get the question?
Yes.
I'll give the opportunity to later to respond.
You want to respond?
No, I'm requesting that.
I think there is a hand here.
Sorry. Thank you.
And I see we've run beyond 1 o'clock. But if we can conclude your point, do you still have more questions?
I do, Melanie.
Okay, let's just deal with this one and then we'll break for lunch. Yes, Miss Marriott?
Not necessary. It's not an objection.
Yes. You are on mute. You have muted.
Thank you. I just wanted to know whether we can excuse Dr. Labete at the moment. I don't foresee that we'll get to his evidence today.
That is why I was trying to find out whether Mr. Profi has got more questions and whether after him, obviously, I think so because we also have a Mr. Van Bergen still has to cross-examine the witness. Yes. I think let's excuse him. Is it a him?
Yes, thank you, my lady.
All right.
It's
yes.
me.
All right. Can you?
Then may I
yes.
then also suggest to take the lunch adjournment at this stage, my lady?
Yes, I just wanted them to clear this question, and then from there, I've already indicated that after the witness has answered this one, then we can break for lunch.
Thank you. If the court can give me an opportunity just to change computers again so that the witness can continue with the answering of the questions.
Oh, okay. All right.
Lady?
Yes. Yes. Yes, you can answer.
May I please request that he repeats the question?
Okay.
Process could change as the circumstances dictated it between the department and Waverley, as was clear in this case.
It's true.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think on this note, we'll take a lunch adjournment. It's 12 minutes past 1. We can resume at 10 past 2. The witness is warned. Thank you very much.
As a court, please.
May it please the court, my lady.
have now reconvened. Where is the witness?
Present, my lady.
Lady, I'm just going to leave the meeting because I can't see anyone. So I'm just going to
Okay.
join
If
again.
you just exit and then rejoin.
It's the call, please.
Oh, okay.
May I begin, my lady?
The witness is reminded that she's still under oath. Just before you start, I just wanted to check with Mr. Tibara as to the whereabouts of Mr. Makani.
My lady,
Yes.
Advocate Mapchanya is indisposed. He's sick. I'll keep on checking.
Somebody should have stand in for him, isn't it? He has been instructed by a firm of attorneys, isn't it?
That's correct, my lady. Unfortunately, during lunchtime, I called him. His phone was off. But
yeah, but then this is going to take. It's going to derail us now.
That's
we
going to
don't
be
know whether he would like to cross-examine this witness.
Definitely.
So
I'll
the
keep on
procedure
checking.
that he has followed is not what we have agreed upon, isn't it?
That is correct, my lady. I'll keep on checking him and see his availability.
All right.
Yes, please, the court, my lady.
Mr. Profi.
For the purposes of a recap, just before the lunch adjournment, we were discussing the transfer from Waverley to Randfontein. And just to refresh your memory, Ms. Mbasha will then tell the court that she received 10 users from the Waverley Care Centre and the remaining 30 from the West Rand facility. So the question I then have is that the 10 she received from Waverley would have been part of the 38 frail users that were transferred to Randfontein.
I wouldn't know that.
So when we deal with...
Just a second. Yes.
If I gave you the names of the 10 users that were from Waverley, would you be able to identify them?
If I still remember that.
The reason why I ask is because when my colleague had put the list to you previously, you said some time had passed and you couldn't recognize them. So can I say the names to you, or?
You say the reason you ask is because?
My previous colleague put the names of the users in the previous NGO. She said due to a lapse of time, she cannot recall the users, and as well as the nurses who are closer, they would know, she wouldn't. So I would just want to ascertain if that stance is remaining here, or if she'd like me to read the 10 names from Waverley.
My response is, I might remember some, but not all.
That's fine. So when we proceed now, and I ask you, the clarity that I need is when for example, medical record, the discharge summaries that the Ms. Mbasha received, who would have completed them, Randfontein or Waverley?
I said to you, files were prepared already, reports were written already in anticipating that they are going to an NGO on that day. So the records of those mental health care users, they took with to Randfontein. As to what happened to Randfontein, I cannot account.
So
But if I understand this question, I don't know where you are getting with it, but if I understand it, I don't think the witness has answered. I don't know, unless maybe I don't understand her response. What Mr. Profi wants to establish from you is whether in a case where these people who were prepared to be transferred to NGOs were not transferred to NGOs, but were eventually transferred to Randfontein, right? Who was supposed to complete these discharge summaries in that respect? Is it your center, Waverley, or Randfontein?
It was Waverley.
In other ways, these discharge forms, discharge summaries, where would they come from? In that case where these people moved from your center to Randfontein and from Randfontein to Benkosine?
Correct,
Yes.
thank you, my lady.
That was the question, eh?
Yes, my lady.
Is it, yes?
The records will be from Waverley Care Center.
If a user were to relapse in the month of June, because remember there's now this month gap between your center and Randfontein. If a user relapsed in the month of June, Randfontein would have to record that relapse, not Waverley, correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
So are there any aspects to the record other than that month? Randfontein cannot be held responsible, Waverley would.
Come again?
So the the discharge summaries and medical records, if there was a question to be posed regarding those records, it's Waverley that would answer, not Randfontein, except if something happened in the month of June, then Randfontein would have to answer.
That's correct.
Then just to conclude paragraph 27, when you say they indicated that they did not have transport for them, who is the they?
Which paragraph is that?
27, my lady.
It was the Department of Health officials.
Didn't have transport to transport the users from Waverley to Randfontein.
That's correct.
Okay. It will always be Ms. Mbasha's version that transport was provided by the department from Randfontein to the NGO, that she only supplied the transport for her staff and not the users.
And I am unable to respond to that because it was Randfontein, it was not Waverley.
Thank you.
This Ms. Mbata is talking about transport from Randfontein to the NGO.
Correct, my lady.
So how will this witness know about that? Because he's only testifying about Waverley.
Waverley, correct, yes. My lady. I just wanted to ascertain that in terms of when we're discussing transport, the witness only knows about transport.
And we must, just before you proceed, the context in which this sentence has been framed, they indicated that they did not have transport for them and they could not, I don't know, something is lacking here. They could not transport, or what? I don't know.
They
have them transported. Huh?
They could not be transported that night.
Yes, but if I understand, okay, continue.
But I should think what I've missed until at a later stage.
Okay, in any event, this paragraph relates to the incident of the 31st.
That's correct.
Yes, that is transport from Waverley to Randfontein.
That's correct.
Because I just want to be to us not to put things that the witness is not saying. Otherwise, it's going to disturb the record regarding what is being testified. Because this is in relation to what happened between Waverley. Whatever transpired at Waverley in relation to the handover and the transfer.
Correct, my name.
Yes. Continue.
Please, could you read paragraph 29?
29.
Done.
Ms. Basha will tell this court that she received records that were hopelessly insufficient to adequately care for the users. Do you have a comment on that?
All the documents were handed, all the required documents were handed to the official Department of Health officials at the waiting area for the mental health care user.
But in this case, as we previously discussed, it would, if there are issues with the records, it's for Waverley to answer, not Randfontein, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
My lady, in fairness towards the witness, can Mr. Profi perhaps place on record in what respects his client is going to allege that the records were insufficient?
He's using the word, he says hopelessly inadequate.
No, I understand that, my lady, but hopelessly...
No, I'm just saying when he clarifies so that we can understand what he means by this.
As your ladyship, please.
As against the evidence that is already on record, yes. Mr. Profi?
In terms of the condition, her version will be that when she looked at her NGO, because of her experience.
When she looked at?
The users in her NGO. Yes. Because of her past experience, her NGO looked more like a hospital than a mental facility. So
her NGO.
Her NGO.
Yes.
So when she referred to the records could not assist her in caring for the users in terms of their comorbidities, in terms of the mental conditions they suffer from. She didn't have that information. Had she had that information, it would have assisted her to take better care of the users.
Response?
The comorbidities and the mental state of the mental health care user for all the mental care users that were transferred from Waverley to either NGO or to hospital had the required documents. It was clearly specified if patient has got a comorbidity, it was written, even on the last blood which were taken, it was there. All those documents, and we also, the MCH 13A, that document was also forming part of the documents that we handed over to the government officials.
Given the pending closure of Waverley, is it possible that mistakes were made pertaining to the records?
It's not possible because we're handing over and we knew which records needed to be placed on the file, and the records that were also requested by the department officials, because an opportunity was also given to them to peruse the file and extract the documents that they needed. And our head office, Dr. Mukwaja, said they need to bring their own photocopy papers, of which Dr. Lengwane and Sinelo, they did. They photocopied some of the documents.
Thank you. Ms. Mbashi will further tell this court that in respect of the conditions of the user, they looked ill and their conditions was more physical than psychotic. Could it please comment on that before I proceed?
Mental health, they've got a mental condition, and some of the patients definitely will be psychotic. Those patients that were prone to relapse they were sent to the provincial hospitals. I don't know any of those that have indicated who are psychotic sent to an NGO. I don't remember.
Is it possible that when the 10 users left Waverley with you, your version is that they weren't dehydrated, they weren't unkept. A month had passed. You then cannot account for the condition that they left Randfontein to the NGO.
Yes, from Randfontein to an NGO, I cannot account.
So it's possible that when they arrived at the NGO, they arrived in this ill condition where their condition seemed more physical than psychotic.
Yes, Ms. Marriott.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, my objection is that my colleague wants this witness to speculate. She, on previous occasions, indicated she was not present when the patients were handed over from Randfontein to the NGO. So this is purely speculation.
In any event, I've just restricted him to say this witness only testifies about things that were happening at Waverley.
Yes, my lady, that's also...
Whatever happens in Randfontein, if you look at her affidavit, it ends at Waverley.
Yes, my lady.
She's talking about the situation there, yes?
So she will not be able to testify about anything that happened or occurred at Randfontein.
Yes, Mr. Prophet, thank you very much, Ms. Marie.
But given this witness expertise and how long she's been working for Life Esidimeni, I don't think it would be speculation for her to answer that in a month.
But what this question, what is it that you want to establish? What is the question? Let me hear the question and then, so that you can lay the basis for it before you ask that witness. But let me hear this question properly.
When they left Waverley, on her version, they were hydrated and in a healthy condition. Is it possible that a month later?
Did she say there were those that left Waverley in that condition? Is that her evidence to say they were hydrated?
Yes, my lady. They were not unkept. May I just refer to her statement in paragraph 30.
Paragraph 30.
30. The MHCS users in our care were not malnourished, dehydrated, or unkept.
Were not malnourished,
Correct.
Dehydrated, or unkept? Kept.
Yes. Correct.
So what is the statement that you're pushing, the question that you're posing to her?
A month later in the care of Randfontein, could that position have changed? She's been with these users for years.
But I don't. Okay, let me hear Mr.
My lady.
Van Bergen.
Thank you. I want to add my voice to the objections already raised that this does amount to speculation. Ms. Buthelezi does not know what happened at Randfontein. She cannot comment on how they were cared for. I'm sure she can express an opinion as to what she would have expected. But my objection goes further than that, my lady. We are back in the position that we have been actually throughout these proceedings, where broad allegations are made that are not individualized to any particular deceased. And with respect, it does not take this court any further into making any deductions about what happened to any particular deceased. If my learned friend is going to say that the 10 users from Waverley are amongst those deceased, and if he could identify them, one can explore it further. But as matters stand, we just have these allegations hanging in the air, open-ended, and without taking the matter closer to the deceased and what had caused their deaths and whether it can be attributed to any particular person or party. As your ladyship pleases.
Mr. Prof.
My lady, this is cross-examination. I do not want to sit that when Ms. Mbata takes the stand, I am then told that I never put her version to any of the witnesses, and then we sit with a problem come her testimony. I don't see how putting what she's going to say in contrast to the witness's statement is far-fetched.
Yes, but if you put her version. Don't expect the witness to testify to speculate in her responses to your questions, and don't ask broad questions. You must specify so that we should know we're dealing with a number of deceased members or deceased mental health users.
Thank you, Madam.
Still with paragraph. I've been saying, please ask the relevant questions. The purpose, we are told that this is not a trial, isn't it? You must assist this court to arrive at a proper decision at the end.
Correct, Madam. I'm still with paragraph. May I proceed, Madam?
Yes.
Still with paragraph 29. I'm not going to deal with medication. Very briefly, your statement is that NGOs receive medication for 28 days, hospitals receive medication for 7 days. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
If an NGO receives medication, specifically Ms. Mbasha's NGO, receives medication for 7 to 14 days, could we then say that that user was meant to be transferred to a hospital and not an NGO on the basis that she received medication for 7 to 14 days?
I'm going to repeat what I said. When the mental health care user was prepared to be transferred to an NGO and it was known, a 28 days medication was prepared for them. And those that were going to a hospital, it was a 7 days. That is even in the SLA. And this is what has been practiced all along and even on the time of transferring all the life Esidimeni mental health care user to the NGOs and the hospital.
Then how is it possible that you received medication for a user for 7 to 14 days?
I cannot account for that because on the day of transfer, medication as well as the files were handed over to the officials, the government officials, Dr. Linkwadi and Ms. Sinelo.
Then in respect of the paragraph ending, I'm referring to identification, name tags. You said all the users had name tags. Is that correct?
It's name tags, then we ran out of name tags and then we put the stickers.
Ms. Mbasa will tell this court that the users, not all the users, came with name tags. How she identified the users was by certain files had photographs on them, but most of those photographs were outdated, and so she couldn't determine
Ms.
the
Boslow, let me
identity.
get what you're saying. You are saying she's going to testify that?
Not all the users arrived with name tags.
Yes.
In an attempt to identify them, they used the photos on certain users' files.
What is your comment to the statement?
May I finish the statement, please?
Okay, you can finish, Phil.
Those photos were outdated, and the remaining users' names were called out in the hope that they would answer to those names, is how they identified the users that was allocated to them.
Yes.
Can I respond now?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to repeat what I've been saying all along. We handed the records and the medication to the government officials in a waiting room or holding room. They were the ones that were responsible to take the mental health care user to the designated transport. They were calling them with their names because they had the identity belts. Others had the stickers to go inside the transport. So I cannot account from when they left our gate what happened.
A difficulty to identify them, we should then ask the department what happened to those name tags.
That's correct, yes.
Then clothing. Ms. Mbasa will tell the court that only 4 of the 10 users had clothing. The rest were only in the pajamas that they arrived in, and they had toiletry bags, but their toiletry bags were empty. What is your comment on that?
That's not true.
Again, those issues should then be taken up with the department, because you're saying they left with clothing and toiletry bags that were full. If they arrived at the NGO with no clothing and empty toiletry bags, it's for the department to answer.
That's correct.
Maria concludes my cross-examination.
Thank you very much. Yes, Ms. Govender.
My lady, Mr. Hodis cross-examined Mr. Buthelezi on Friday.
Yes.
There is just one very small issue or isolated issue that came up during the cross-examination that my colleague, Ms. Mboweni, undertook. Could I have an opportunity to cross-examine this witness just on that limited issue? I will be less than 5 minutes before Mr. Van Bergen attends to re-examination.
Before you do that, can we check whether all of you have cross-examined this witness? Because I noticed that it is Mr. Mapianya who's not here. Have we not left anyone behind?
As the court pleases, my lady.
Mr. Mustamo.
Good afternoon, my lady. Good afternoon.
Yes. Afternoon. You have been very quiet, eh?
Well, I've been trying to make sure that I observe the directive as issued.
Okay.
to not unnecessarily show off my face on the screen. I just wanted to give an indication that there are no questions that we have in respect of the witness.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Govender, let's, Ms. Soboko. You are muted. Ms. Soboko?
My lady?
Yes, did you want to say something?
Yes, I've got no questions for the witness.
Yes, you said that, I think, yesterday.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Yes, Ms. Govender, I hope you are not going to repeat because we know that Mr. Hodes has asked questions, isn't it? All
Yes,
right.
my lady.
Yes.
Be very brief. Ms. Buthelezi.
It's not the question of being brief. We just want to hear the question so that we can check if that question is going to be allowed. We hope it's something that came during the cross-examination of your colleague.
Yes, yes,
Ms.
my lady.
Moen. Okay, all right,
Yes,
continue.
my lady. I'll develop it if I could be given an opportunity. Ms. Buthelezi, you have a copy of your statement with you, correct?
That's correct.
And I just want to make it clear that when I ask you these few questions, please, you are at liberty, take your time and look at your statement. There's no limit on you taking your time to look at your statement. When you prepare the statement, as I understand it, one of the objectives was to set out the process insofar as you were involved concerning the transfer of the users. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So, to the best of your knowledge, you've provided an accurate account of your involvement in the transfer process, correct?
That's correct.
Now, when my learned friend Ms. Mboweni cross-examined you, you referred to a waiting or holding room. Do you remember that?
That's correct, yes, I do.
Now, Ms. Buthelezi, if you have a look at your statement, and please, as I said, take your time and go through it, there is not a single reference to a waiting or holding room. Do you confirm that?
Yes, I do.
Yes, there is is that an objection?
Yes, my lady. If I may just assist.
Yes.
My lady, my objection is that the statement does not contain everything that a witness is testifying about. The purpose of a statement is to see whether the state, in this case, can prosecute any persons for the deaths of the deceased. So I would object to these lines of questioning pertaining to what was omitted in the witness statement.
Ms. Govender?
My lady, my response to that is Ms. Buthelezi's reliance on the waiting room or the holding room is a rather important fact because the thrust of her evidence was that it is in the waiting room or the holding room that custody, as it were, was handed over to the department. Now,
Yes.
that's a rather crucial fact to have been omitted from a statement where Ms. Buthelezi has confirmed that the objective of her statement was to explain her involvement in the transfer process. So I don't see how this can be irrelevant or unimportant or sustain the objection raised with respect by my learned friend, Ms. Marriott.
Okay, let her respond. Miss Marriott?
My lady, once again, it's my respectful submission that an omission in a statement does not go to the credibility of a witness. She testified in several occasions during cross-examination about the waiting room. If my colleague wants to state that there was no waiting room, that's another point of clarification and for cross-examination. But if they don't have instructions that there was no waiting room, I do not see the relevance for this question.
Yes, thank you very much. In my view, this is an inquest, and okay, do you want to say something? Oh, let me give Mr. Van Bergen an opportunity first.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, just emanating from Ms. Marriott's last comment, if Ms. Govender can perhaps indicate whether there is a dispute as to whether there was a waiting room or not, I can then consider whether to proceed with an objection or not. But at this stage, it's not quite clear what the contention is of Ms. Govender.
Ms. Govender?
My lady, I believe that the thrust of the cross-examination has been made quite clear. What I asked, the thrust of the cross-examination is that this is a key point that was not included in the statement. We are not disputing, as one will appreciate, the MEC was not involved in the transfer process, so I'm not in a position to dispute the existence of the waiting room. All I'm saying, all I'm saying, my lady, is that this seems to be a rather important point that was omitted from Ms. Butalezi's statement. And that's simply the thrust of the cross-examination. And I believe the point has been made.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady. It would seem that it's not disputed. It's not placed in dispute. I may perhaps just remind, with respect, the court that Dr. Mkachwa himself had also testified.
Yes,
about
that it is there, yes.
And that there was a waiting room where the patients were kept.
I don't know, unless if you want to, you want the court to look at the credibility of the witness. But the fact of the matter is, there has been a lot about the handover, and Dr. Mkachwa explained that there was a holding room at the Life Esidimeni facilities where they would hand over from clinicians of Life Esidimeni to the clinicians of the department. I mean, all right, thank you very much. So we can leave it there.
Yes, my lady. If
I don't see any reason, if that is not in dispute, why then raise it, unless if you want to argue otherwise.
My lady, the point of it was that it was a crucial fact insofar as Ms. Buthelezi, who is involved in the transfer process. When I started my cross-examination, what I put to Ms. Buthelezi is that her statement very much details her involvement in the transfer process, and I view that to be a crucial fact, but that is of course my view. I'm not in a position to dispute it because it's common cause that the MEC was not involved on the ground in the transfer process, so that's why I'm not in a position to dispute it, but I believe the point has been made and I won't take it any further.
Yes, and the other factor is that, remember, the statement was taken for purposes of investigation also. So This is not a trial, this is an inquest. So most of the things, I mean, as the witness is testifying, there are things that also come out as the proceedings proceed.
I accept that, my lady. As the court
is the only issue.
Yes, my lady. Thank you. Thank you for the indulgence.
Thank you. Mr. Van Bergen?
Yes, my lady.
Yes, I don't know whether you're going to proceed now. I don't know, because the position of Mr. Makanya, we don't know Mr. Mapyanya.
Yes.
Yes.
My lady, I can proceed now. Obviously, it may complicate matters if Mr. Mapyanwa is available tomorrow and can cross-examine, or somebody else comes in his place. The other alternative, my lady, it is now 10 to 3.
Yes.
There has been quite a bit of ground that was covered today and some issues. I could make use of the time if we were to adjourn now.
Okay.
To just systematize my re-examination so that I can keep it as brief as possible.
Okay, so you will proceed there for tomorrow?
I can proceed now if the court wishes me to do so. The alternative
is... in any, what I will do, perhaps for today we can excuse the witness and then we will proceed tomorrow morning. But Irene, I'm going to request that we have just a short meeting with everyone who's present. I will excuse the witness so that we can check the date, because I realize that we will not be able to finish this matter during this term. The witness is warned. You are still under oath. I would love you to be present tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock so that the others who have not yet cross-examined you will be able to complete their cross-examination. Thank you very much.
As a court, yes.
Thank you. Where is Irene?
I'm here, Judge. I'm here.
Okay, just look at your phone. Yes, the proceedings are therefore adjourned until tomorrow, but I want us to look at the date in the next term where we will be proceeding with this matter. I realized that when we had the case management meeting, we were only concerned about this term. And as I looked at the list of witnesses, I don't know whether all of them will be called, but I know that the list has been added. We now have about 36. And then we're still at on the third witness. So this means that we will not finish this matter in this term. And in all fairness, I wouldn't want us to postpone for a longer period. So I just wanted to check your availability in the second term. Is it the third term? The fourth term, ne? Which starts, is it from the
4th of October, my lady.
From the 4th, yes. So I'm thinking that if I give you a month, which includes the recess, which will be 2 weeks in recess, and another the first 2 weeks, and then we start on the 18th of October. Then if we can utilize again the whole term, next term, and then see how far we can go. Just look.
My lady, if
Yes.
I heard the court clearly,
Yes.
We'll be adjourning on the 17th of September, then we'll resume on the 18th of October.
The 18th, yes.
Then we run from the 18th of October until when, my lady? I just want to get clarity.
Yes, we were going to run until the whole term, depending on how far we proceed. Because I just looked at these witnesses and realized that we're still at the beginning.
Definitely,
you know?
yeah.
Yes, and taking into account that now I think we're moving, although we'll have to expedite whatever we could. I see it's Mr. van Bergen.
Yes, thank you, my lady. My lady, I share the court's concerns about the duration of the matter and the importance of resuming as soon as possible. Speaking only for myself, your ladyship will be aware that the dates of this hearing had been changed.
Yes.
That, well, once again, speaking for myself, I had to move matters to be in a position to proceed during the period that we are in now. I find myself in a situation that...
Just before you proceed, if you say they had been changed, I don't understand, because I was available for the whole term. So I don't know about the period, but the JP excused me for the whole term. And what I'm trying to tell you is that I'm also available in the next term to proceed.
No, I accept that, my lady, but initially the matter was set down for hearing from the 19th of July for a period of 20 court days, if memory serves me right. And that was the basis on which the reservation was made. It was then moved ahead for reasons which we all know. My lady, the fact is that there were commitments that I had to move. They've been moved into October and early November. Mm-hmm. My lady, it is going to be exceedingly difficult to extricate myself from those commitments. I am available from the 8th of November until such time in December as your ladyship would be willing to sit. But I am not in a position, and I don't say this lightly, to start with this matter earlier than the 8th of November. I don't know whether any of my colleagues are in a similar situation or not.
As it please the court, my lady, I've heard the submissions by my then colleague, Advocate van der Bergen SC. I'm as well having complications in the week of the 18th of October.
Let me just note all your concerns. Let me look at my diary here.
18th of October until the 22nd of October. I'm not available, my lady.
This will be only for 1 week, ne?
Yes, my lady. I'm not available that week.
Yes, let me hear the others. Is there any other person who's having some difficulties?
May it please the court, my lady.
Yes.
I'm now speaking on behalf of myself as well as Mr. Shabongo, who is my junior in another matter.
Yes.
But it would be to our advantage, and we would fall in with your ladyship's directive if this matter should proceed, or would be able to proceed on the 18th of October.
Okay.
The arrangements, the difficulties we had, we've made arrangements to accommodate that if needs be now in the beginning of October.
Okay.
And then we'll be available at this stage for November.
So what I pick up, okay. So what I pick up is that from, okay, whatever dates you may want to use, but you will be available from the 8th of November. Let's leave October for now, and then I'll go back. I just want to check who is having problems and who is not, because I'm just puzzled, but I sympathize with Mr. Van Bergen, and I understand his concerns. I'm just asking myself as to whether this matter could have been finished in 20 court days, taking into account the number of parties who are involved in this matter, the number of witnesses and representatives. But in any event, I don't know, because I availed myself for the whole term. I was not even restricted to those 20 court days. I don't know where that comes from, but it's fine. Let's not debate that. I just don't want us to prolong this for too long, for far too long.
Lady, if I may just comment.
But if I understand you, in October, you will be available from the 18th, if I understand you.
Correct, my lady.
Yes, and then throughout up to until the end of the term.
We'll be available because I believe the term is ending on Friday, the 3rd of December.
Yes.
Yes, we'll be available until that date.
Yes. So you don't have any problems?
I don't have problems, my lady. The difficulties that I had foreseen has been managed now. And if we proceed on the 18th of October, I will be able to manage that, the difficulties that I had foreseen, and to deal with it.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Because I just want to comment, my lady, I think it was optimistic for anybody to expect this inquest to be completed in 20 court days.
Yes, okay. Can I
Thank you, my
hear?
lady.
All right. Thank you. And Mr. Martin, do you want to say something?
May it please your ladyship. My lady, Mr. Watt Pringle and I also have similar problems to Mr. van Bergen.
Yes.
As he mentioned, the matter was originally set down for 20 days. It was then postponed and set down for another 20 days and then postponed again and set down for yet another 20 days. So collectively, we've reserved ourselves.
What I'm saying is that I don't understand because what I'm saying is that I understand and I share your concerns, but in myself, I was excused for the whole term.
Yeah.
That is why I'm surprised about this. You know, if somebody, I don't know how the message was conveyed to some of you people, because with me, I know that the estimation according to the evidence leader was around 20 days, but I was excused for a full term because when I looked at the matter, I didn't think that the matter would be finalized. I mean, even the way we are proceeding.
The same estimation that was given to you was one of the documents that we all received as part of the case lines bundle.
Yes.
And because of that, we gauged ourselves according to that 20-day estimation.
We can't say it was set down for a period of 20 days. Okay.
No.
But in any event, that debate is not taking us anywhere. Let us just assist each other and see to it that we proceed. Because I indicated on the directive that should we not finish this term, we'll have to arrange dates to continue in the next term.
No, of course, I understand.
Yes, so we can just look as to, because if we postpone it, we can't say we are postponing it for next year. At least we should utilize some other dates in the next term.
Yes. The position that Mr. Watt Pringle and I are in, with more specifics, is that Mr. Watt Pringle is himself not available until the end of November.
No, it's fine. We've noted his concerns. I'm just asking yourself, you're also not available.
I'm not available until the 22nd of November. No, I'm sorry, the 15th of November.
Okay.
But starting from the 15th of November, I should be fine from there.
From the 8th, he will be present, isn't it? As I understood him, from the 8th of November.
No, he will be available from the 29th of November, and I will be available from the 15th of November.
But that's not how I understood him, unless if I misunderstood him. I thought he's saying he will be available from the 8th of November. Where is he? Can he clarify that?
I think that was Mr. van Bergen who said that, my lady.
Come again?
I think it was Mr. van Bergen who indicated his availability from the 8th of November.
Oh, he's talking about Mr. Pinar.
I'm talking about Mr. Watt Pringle.
Yeah, oh, yes, okay, yes. Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Watt Pringle will be, my apologies. Yeah.
On the 29th.
Oh, he's not there now because I saw him he was here yesterday, ne?
He was here yesterday, and he's due to take the rest of this week, but he had to step out today for a bereavement.
Oh, okay, yes. So you're saying he's not available for both of you. You won't be available before the 15th of November.
I won't be available until the 15th of November, and he won't be available until the 29th of November. I can deal with 2 weeks on my own. That's not an issue. We would just like to have him with us if and when the time comes that Dr. Celebano gives his evidence.
So if we can agree to start on the 8th of November, will that suit you? I'm just checking.
I would imagine that that's the best. If that's the best that we can do, then I can try and make arrangements and see what I can do in the week of the 8th to the 12th. Maybe I can move things around. But Mr. Watt Pringle will remain in difficulty.
But in any event, you have been standing in for him. But you can arrange among yourselves.
We can do that, my lady.
I'm just trying to reach a compromise to see how we can the others can be accommodated. Let me hear the others before we. So is the issue of, okay, it means so far October is a problem. Before I hear the others. From the three, the two, October is a problem so far.
It seems collectively thus far October is an issue.
And then Mr. Pinar said he doesn't have problems, ne?
Milady, from the 18th of October, I've got no problem.
Okay, all right. And then, but the problem starts when?
No, my lady, my problem will be in the first 2 weeks of October.
Okay, all right.
But I've made so I can make arrangements.
For you to say something because I was looking from the 18th of October to start.
Yes, that would be fine with me, my lady.
Okay, all right.
I have no objection, and I do trust Mr. Shabangu will also not have a problem in that regard.
Okay. Can I hear Ms. Asim?
Thank you, my lady. I am sympathetic to the concerns that my colleagues have because this has been taking a while and because of the postponements. From our point of view, there are about 2 weeks in November that Ms. Nasreen Badlander is available.
You are not that
but
audible.
I will.
You are not audible. I don't know. I can't hear you properly.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you can talk. I'll tell you. Yes, continue.
My lady, from our side, there are days we're available in October, apart from a few days. We are also available from the 8th of November. It
Yes.
will mean that not all of my team will be available, but that's fine. The reason why we have the three of us is so that we can fill in when one is not available.
Okay.
So we will do our best to accommodate the remainder of my colleagues. We're concerned about time and finishing the inquest in as short a period as possible, and not running into next year. So, I mean, at this stage, it's possible that we will run into next year, but we don't speculate about that. All I'm saying to you, my lady, is that we will do what we can from our side to accommodate the timetable. It just may mean that there'll be days that I'm not available, but my other members of my team.
As long as you will be having others, because I'm just so concerned, like those who are saying they've got standing ins. Sometimes you just get a person coming here for a day who has never attended the proceedings. So I don't know, but the directive speaks for itself. There's nothing that I can do. I'm trying to accommodate everyone. I mean, in the case management meeting and the submissions that were made, what was said was that you will try by all means to see to it that somebody else will be there for you, but it doesn't mean that one would just get somebody who's not even familiar with what is happening, you know. And some people, they bank on the record. I don't know. It's up to you. I can't force everyone to be there because, yeah, okay.
My colleagues, my team have been present throughout the proceedings and are quite in the evidence that has been led so far. So they've been present, even though you've not seen them, they're in the background.
Okay, thank you very much. Where is the evidence? Where are our evidence leaders before I go to Ms. Foster?
I am here, my lady.
Yes. I want to hear you about these dates that you are proposing here.
My only problem is from the 22nd to the 26th of November, but Miss Marriott will be here, and she will also not be available from the 8th till the 19th, but I will be here. So from our side, all our bases are covered.
Okay. Ms. Foster, do you want to say something? Or?
As well, please, my lady. My lady, I will be available from the 18th of October until the 5th of November. After the 5th of November, I've got problems. Then I cannot avail myself.
But is there anyone who will stand in for you?
My lady, as I would know that we did ask Advocate Klein, we are acting pro bono for the family members, so it is a cost issue if we get somebody else in to assist. Unfortunately, but I will make a plan, but it will really available the whole time from the 18th until the 5th. That will really help us.
Until which date in November?
5 November.
So you will be available from the 8th?
18th of October until the 5th of November, my lady.
Yes.
And while I'm on the floor, I just want to ask the court's indulgence for tomorrow. I'm not available tomorrow, but Advocate Klein will stand in on my behalf for tomorrow. So if the court can please excuse me for tomorrow.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Yes. Can I hear the others? While we're discussing the issue of the date, what I'm going to do, I thought it would take more than a month to proceed and see if we can finish this matter. So if we don't finish, we are also going to go into the next term, because now I see there are problems already. Some people are saying this, but we're going to agree on certain dates in the next term to proceed. So should we not finish, we'll have to look into the next term. And in that term, I'm not going to take more of this one saying this, because otherwise we will never finish this matter. Because now we have already started. We have got a sense as to how we're proceeding. And some of you, you are all officers of court. You know the purpose why you are here. You should assist the court and not try to derail the matter. I cannot channel you during your cross-examination. There is no point in doing that, but if you try to bring irrelevant things which takes long, this is going to prolong this matter. So we need to stick to why we are here and look at the relevant portions of the record in order to try and expedite the finality of this matter. I understand that we had our own problems, but I'm happy that now everything is proceeding. Although we still have those other owners of the NGOs who have not yet secured legal representation, but I take it that facilitations are being made. They will definitely get legal representation before we go to the evidence. So the others, silence means consent. So it means you. What are you saying? I see Miss Ramaimela doesn't agree with me. She wants to say something, and Miss
Lady,
Miss Lavender there also.
If I can just indicate our position.
Yes.
With Miss Matlapi, we only have difficulty with the month of October.
Yes.
The month of November going onwards, there are days where one of us would not be present, but we've got those covered, and we have taken note of Her Ladyship's concerns and the fact that if we do not finish in the next term, in the next year, we would have to make ourselves available even for longer periods, and we undertake to do just that. But for now, Her Ladyship will recall that we were briefed very late in the day, and we've had to move some of the things, for which we apologize, my lady. But our difficulty is only with the month of October, and then from November onwards, we are able to stand in for each other. And also, my lady, if I can remind the court, our client is witness number 5 on the list. Yes. So after this witness is excused, then it would be Dr. Libete, who is represented by Ms. Sibuku, and thereafter it would be our client.
Yes.
So I'm just asking
Your
her
client
ladyship.
is Musenohine?
It's Musenohi, my lady. So I'm just asking for this court's indulgence when it gives dates on which the matter will proceed. That if the matter proceeds on the 8th, we are having great difficulty I beg your pardon, my lady. If the matter proceeds in October, then we are having great difficulty.
Are you taking into account that if when I talk about October, I'm allowing you almost a month to check?
Yes.
Because I'm giving you 2 weeks into the term, the first 2 weeks, and the 2 weeks of recess, and it's even more than a month if you also calculate the next week. So I don't. Yes.
I do take that into account, my lady, and I'm just merely saying we only have difficulty with the month of October. Going forward, although we do have other matters, they do not
see to it that
Miss Maklape can be present when I'm not, and I can be present when she's not. So our only difficulty is with October, my lady.
All right.
As the court pleases.
Can I hear the others quickly so that I shouldn't prolong you?
My lady,
Miss Governor,
if I could address you, yes, my lady. We have, and I'll speak for myself for the moment. Unfortunately, Mr. Hoders is not with me today. He is celebrating Rosh Hashanah. We have tried to reach him telephonically to try and get his dates. Sasha Stevenson of Section 27 did actually canvass future available dates earlier today, and we have been endeavoring to get a hold of him, but as I understand it, he's not available. So I'm going to speak for myself at present. I do have availability in October. I have 1 or 2 appearances, and I am fully available after the 15th of November. My first 2 weeks of November are unfortunately spoken for, but as I say, I will endeavor to get Mr. Hoders' availability, and hopefully—
Let me understand you. Your first 2 weeks of November
are committed. Yes, my lady.
You are committed.
Yes.
And then, but you are available in October.
Yes, my lady. Bar 1 or 2 appearances, I am available, and I will revert to the court concerning Mr. Hoders' availability.
No, we're not closing this matter today. I just wanted to throw it around so that you can look at your diaries. And then let's see, revert to me tomorrow, so that tomorrow it's Wednesday, ne?
Yes.
Yeah, just look at your diaries, and then let's see what compromise we can reach. The others, are you still going to look at your diaries, or you want to? Because I wanted to check. I see some you have got problems with October, some with November, but if I may, I see that the majority of you don't have any problem for if we start from the 8th of November. Am I correct?
Yes, madam.
Okay. Well, you are talking about yourself. Let me.
We are as well available the rest of November until January next year.
Okay.
Yes. Until January next year.
What do you mean by that?
No,
you say until January?
Until the final decision of the proceedings.
Yes. Is that Mr. Pinar? You want to say something?
May it please the court, my lady. Well, I'm available in November, my lady. I've made my arrangements.
You're available in November. So I didn't want us.
Sure, it's going to happen. Yes.
Yes, I don't want us to close this because, if I can allow you, let's discuss it maybe tomorrow before we knock off. I'm just trying to throw it among yourselves so that you can also check with your colleagues. Because I see some of you are appearing, you don't have anybody appearing with you. Am I correct, Mr. Kolka? Ms. Kolka? Are you alone?
Yes, my lady, I'm alone.
Yes.
May it please the court, my lady. There's one other aspect I'd like to raise with your ladyship.
Yes.
But I know I don't expect any finality in this regard. And I was wondering, it appears at this stage that the level of incarceration that we're facing in South Africa is going to be alleviated. And if I'm referring to incarceration tongue-in-cheek, it's with regard to the lockdown.
Yes.
All the indications are it's going to be alleviated. Are we going to continue until the end on a virtual platform, or is there a
Can I
possibility?
ask you, let's not talk about it for now.
Okay.
Let's not, we'll just see as the proceedings go on.
As the court pleases, my lady.
Yes. Should we feel that we are safe, maybe we can think of the courtroom. I can see that some of you, they want to come to court, but that will be debated before. Yes. Okay.
May it please the court, my lady.
Okay. Yes,
We're in your hands, my lady.
All right. Okay. But I see some of you
Capable as they are.
I mean, there is a lot of improvement, isn't it?
There is, absolutely, my lady.
There is a lot of improvement,
Yes.
and I really applaud some of you for this. Mr. Hutam.
Thank you, my lady.
Okay.
As the court please, my lady, I just wanted to indicate our availability from the 18th as being suggested by the court, the 18th of October. But the point which I wanted to bring across is that it will be very difficult to synchronize the calendars of all council involved. Perhaps during the break or prior to us adjourning on the at the end of the term, perhaps council involved should endeavor to make arrangements for replacements in the event of their unavailability. If one has regard to the number of witnesses, her ladyship had just indicated that like there are about 36 witnesses and we are at number 3.
Yes.
The likelihood is that like even if we can utilize the whole term from the 4th of October until the the end of the term.
From the 18th of October, yes, okay. Yes. From the 4th, I hear you.
Yes, we are not likely to complete. Yes, so what I wanted to suggest is that like best endeavor should be put to ensure that if it is possible, those council who are not available and they have juniors or seniors, they should alternate on their appearances so that like, we can maximize on the number of days that we have in the next term. Because
thank you very much. It's a good suggestion.
Yeah. To secure synchronization is just an impossibility amongst the number of council that is involved in the matter.
That is why I started by saying I don't expect you to start on the first week of the new term. Yes. You see, that's why I thought that maybe what we should have discussed this maybe at the time when we had our case management meeting. But I wanted to see as to how far we're going to proceed before I do that. But I think I waited for far too long.
Indeed.
Yes. And I didn't want to disrupt our evidence as we were proceeding. But that's a good suggestion. I don't know. I'm proposing that rather than coming back tomorrow, let us look at your diaries. Let us see if we can take this date of the 18th of October. And those councils who have got other commitments will have to try and see what they can do with those so that even if one is not available, the other will be available. Because so far I haven't had any complaints from the council who are appearing alone, individually.
Yes. Then from that silence, then I take
it. There are people here. Mr. Van Bergen is here. There are people here. Let's just help each other with proposals. Maybe we might reach somewhere. Yes, Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. Yes, unfortunately, it seems I'm in that latter category of being on my own without a junior. My lady, I just want to raise or make a suggestion. I don't know whether it will be feasible.
Yes.
Would it be possible to extend the present sitting until the 1st of October? That is, add an additional 2 weeks to the present sitting. I realize it goes into the recess, but it would make up the time that would be lost if we can't start on the 18th of October.
We proceed now and then use the recess.
Yes, so we carry on up until the 1st of October. It gives us an additional 2 weeks.
I don't know if that will also with me, my availability during recess.
Yes.
Let us hear what the others are saying.
I can say certainly for Dr. Celebano's representatives, that would cause serious problems because I have 2 arbitrations starting after the 16th, and I know that Mr. Watt Pringle will not be available after that date until the end of the month. So
Yes,
it would effectively
from
rule
the
us out.
16th of October.
Yeah. It
Are
would
you
rule us
referring
out.
to this one? Okay, which option are you talking about? Are you talking about the proposal by Mr. Van Bergen? Okay.
Yes, to
What
extend.
about my proposal? Because this one came as a result of what I proposed.
Can you just remind me of what the other one was, Lady? There've
My
been so many.
proposal was the first one to say the suggestion that we start on the 18th of October.
We just can't do it, Lady. We're just not available then. That's
Both
a
of you
problem.
are not available, so you
Both
can
of us.
exchange the 2 of you. And I see
We've
here
already been doing that, yeah.
your witness, your client is witness number.
Dr. Celebano, I know he's one of the last witnesses.
But at least you also need to be present.
We need to be present, yes. So it is going to be a very long time before he's called. I expect that to be the case, but I just want to see what his number is.
That is why I said if we
36.
look, let's consider these options. Let's look as to whether I can see I've noted you to say that it's going to be difficult for you to be. October is a problem to you, both of you.
Yes, to both
So
of us.
when is your availability in October?
There's no availability in October.
No,
Lady.
November, not November.
November. I indicated to you that my availability in November
Is the 15th.
starts on the 15th, and I can try and make provision to start on
the
the
term
8th.
shall have ended there. I mean, the 15th is the end of term.
Yeah.
But
I can try and start on the 8th. My problem is that I'm supposed to run an arbitration in the UK in the first 2 weeks.
Okay.
And I don't know yet if
November.
it's of November, yeah. So it's something that's very difficult to shift around because of the number of people involved. And I know that Mr. Watt Pringle is only available from the 29th. I can try and make a provision from the 8th. I can give you my undertaking that I'll use my best endeavors to do that.
He also spoke about the 8th, am I correct?
No, that was Mr. Van Bergen.
Okay, so I should look at the 8th of November.
Yes, 8th of November. Thank you, milady.
Lady?
Yes. So if before we go anywhere, Mr. Watt Pringle, okay, STEAM, they can avail themselves from the 8th of November, and also Mr. Van Bergen, am I correct?
As your ladyship pleases.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Pina?
Yes, lady, I just want to comment on the suggestion by Mr. Van Bergen to continue in the recess. We will have a difficulty in that regard because I've made arrangement. I foresee we're not going to finish before the 17th. So I made arrangements for the 2 weeks of the recess in September to deal with matters and to be available on the 18th of October. I've already made those arrangements beforehand. So it's not going to be possible at
I'm
this
available
stage
from the 25th.
to be available
Can we
the
finish
last
with
2 weeks of the
Senator?
recess.
I think Miss Doctor was also talking, so I don't know.
Oh, sorry, my lady.
Yes, what are you saying?
I say, my lady, so therefore, I won't be available
during recess.
During the recess, because
okay, that one is out, and I can see people are having problems with that.
because I've made arrangements to do matters in that period in order to be available in November and until the 3rd of December. I've made my arrangements in that regard, and to be available from the 18th of October. So I can utilize the first 2 weeks of October of the 4th term to deal with the other matters that I have on hand.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Pina. Ms. Coca, what were you saying? Where is she? Yes.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I wanted to respond to the suggestion by Advocate Van Bergen SC that we utilize the last 2 weeks of September. As you will recall, my lady, we joined the proceedings later, and I've moved whatever that I had for the 2 weeks, the last 2 weeks of September.
Just my. Apologies, okay.
And the availability in October, my lady, I am available from the 25th of October.
Until when?
November, I am available. I have something during the 2nd week of November, but I can always move that one.
So, okay.
But definitely the 2 weeks, the last 2 weeks of September, I have part-head matters.
The last 2 weeks of September?
Of September, yes, my lady.
Okay, so we can't utilize the recess?
No, my lady,
I
no.
thought you were saying you were going, okay, no, that's fine. All right.
Thanks, my lady.
Mr. Late, and then, oh, Miss Kasim, and then Mr. Late.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I just wanted to point out that there are 33 witnesses remaining on the list.
Yes.
And so even if we began on the 8th of November and ran until the end of term, we would not be done. So we must just be realistic and expect that we will run into next year as a result.
Yes.
And plan for that. And then the second thing is that because there are so many witnesses, we should make optimal use of whatever days we can. And to that end, I would like to suggest, because I don't think we'll be able to do it on this platform with everyone, and I'm sure some people who haven't spoken are trying to figure out the diaries, and that's why they haven't said anything. If I could suggest that Section 27 assists Irene to do an online doodle poll, which is quite easy to use, and it means everyone can populate that doodle calendar with the days and which available, and then we'd be able to get consensus on which days people are available, even if it means that we have a few days in between, if you know what I mean. So even if there are only a couple of days in October where we're all available, maybe we should use those couple of days in October.
Mm-hmm.
The doodle poll just helps to facilitate that process.
Oh, okay, I hear you. Can I hear Miss? Okay, you'll respond to the suggestions, ne? Can I hear Mr. Late first before I hand over to Mr. Martin? Mr. Late?
What I wanted to say is not exactly the same, but I wanted to suggest that the people send their non-available dates per email to Irene, so that there cannot be any mistake regarding the identity of the people who are available and who are not available. Then your ladyship will have everything on paper.
Is that going to be quick, because I need to report to the JP before a specific date?
Just a suggestion that you can be certain of who is available and when the people are available. But we are available.
Yeah, but there is a suggestion here by Ms. Kasim. I just want to hear if it is doable.
I don't know how that thing works, but we are here.
Because with emails will take long. I mean, she will now have to, it's now an extra job. She will now have to read all your emails.
I understand. And
Yes.
the only problem I have with the suggestion of Ms. Kasim is the witnesses. if a witness has to come in for 2 days and then go away for a week again and then come in for a day again,
I don't know. Let her explain. But the way I understand her, she's only talking about the representatives. Am I correct, Ms. Kasim?
That's correct, my lady.
We're not talking about witnesses. Witnesses are supposed to be present, isn't it? Those who are supposed to be present, especially those who could have the potential of being implicated. I mean, those should be present at all times, isn't it?
That's
and then
correct,
the others that are going to testify, there are those that are not even supposed to be present, isn't it?
My lady, I wasn't referring to witnesses being present at the meetings or at the meeting. I'm talking about the testifying witness who has to travel from Johannesburg, for instance, and come sit here for a day and then go back for a week. I don't think it's fair to witness.
Once we agree on the dates, that can be arranged, isn't it? The first thing is to secure our available dates. Once we know that we are all available, then we can look at other things.
I agree with that.
That is why before we started, I said, let us excuse the witness and put our house in order before we do anything.
Yes.
Mr. Sibara?
Yes. I think we have exhausted over 45 minutes on this. If I can just suggest that we shelve this until Friday in the afternoon.
No. We can't shelve it until Friday.
Or Thursday.
What I was saying,
yes.
I gave a suggestion that as we discuss, I just wanted to throw this upon yourselves.
Yes, my lady.
If you can, tomorrow it's Wednesday.
It's Wednesday, yes.
Right? If possible, come back to me I think either tomorrow or Thursday.
Thursday, that would be
but
best.
At least I should be knowing by Thursday night as to what is going to happen. So there is a suggestion also. Please slip through it, the suggestion by Ms. Kasim. Maybe it will work. I don't know how it works. Let's also give her the chance. But I'm looking at 2 dates. Although the first date that I suggested, I was looking at the magnitude of what we have before us. So rather than to lose the whole term, I also took into account the fact that we have been running, although we had problems, but the fact of the matter is I did not expect you to be there in the first 2 weeks, right? And I also calculated the 2 weeks of recess so that at least you have a notice of more than a month.
That's correct, my lady.
Yes, so that you can try to check your diaries and see if you can avail yourself. Because I know I cannot impose dates on you, but at the end of the day, let us just see if we can assist each other.
That's correct, my lady. That is why I was proposing.
Otherwise, we're going to sit for the whole year.
Yes, that's why I was proposing that all of us will look at our diaries today, tomorrow, and Thursday we come back to you. Yes. So that we'll be able to shift perhaps whatever we have and try to accommodate the court. And
yes.
Yeah, and what I've noted is that from Advocate Van Berken and Advocate Martins, it would seem as if that in particular Advocate Martins and Advocate Craig Pringle, they are representing Dr. Silobano.
Yes.
It's one of the persons of interest.
Correct.
And that will give us today and tomorrow for Advocate Govender to liaise with Advocate Holders with his diary, so that this
not only them, your friend is also not here. You must talk to him.
I spoken to him, my lady. I'm trying to find him, and he promised to come back to me before the end of business today. He had just gone to the doctor, but I'll check him as well. Okay. That will as well give us today and tomorrow, my lady, to be able to reflect on the availability. Yes. However, what I've noted from the submissions of my learned colleagues, it would seem that the 8th of November seemed to be very feasible. They are
now the problem. It is feasible, yes. But if you look at
the number of witnesses here,
what Pringle and and Van Bergen.
Yes.
Yes, they will definitely have. Oh, I think this will suit them now, ne?
Yes, it will suit them. Yes, that's what I've noted because
It suit me, my
Advocate,
lady. My apologies.
it's Advocate Van Bergen and Advocate Martins recorded that there will be days when he's not going to
Yes,
be
but
available.
he indicated that
You'll
the
make a
eighth
plan. Yes.
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 So then it gives us the opportunity to reflect from the 8th of November and assist the court if we cannot sit throughout the whole of November and perhaps maybe the better part of December. We have to compromise sometimes here and there because
December,
we've got so many witnesses.
December we can't go beyond 10. You know, even if we can discuss this, I just want, you know, the fact of the matter, Ms. Hasim has raised a very important point.
Yes.
The fact that even if we were to start on the 4th, even yourself, you raised the same issue.
Yes.
Even if we were to start on the 4th,
yes,
looking at the number of witnesses, it doesn't seem that we would finalize this matter.
Yeah.
So as we are talking now, debating this, this only concerns this term. I don't want somebody to come tomorrow and say, but judge didn't alert us. I'm telling you that now, the next term in January, you must know that we are going to utilize the whole term.
Definitely.
Right, I hope you are hearing me, all of you. Please make arrangements also for that term. But in the meantime, I was looking at this one now to say, rather than, because a lot of people were asking that we should postpone the matter to next term. Now suddenly, remember, they were talking about the 4th term when we were talking postponements.
Yes.
Yes, but I refused. I said, but we have got days. There's no way we could leave these days that we already have.
Definitely, yes.
Then
definitely.
this is what prompted me to say we will be starting from those days, the 30th of August until the end of
the
term.
17th. Yes,
right. So, and then I can understand, but then I'm saying we are going to see to it that we secure a date for the next term to proceed.
That would be
those dates, whatever, whether we start in October, in the third week of October, or in November. But
we've done something.
Take the whole term.
We would have done something.
That
definitely.
period is going to be too short for us.
Yes.
Then you must now budget for the next term in January.
For the next for
yes, and that term we must utilize the whole of it.
Yes, fruitfully.
Yes. As you are reflecting on this, please bear that in mind also. At the back of your mind, you must know that there is also this coming.
Definitely.
Yes, I see somebody's eyes are laughing. In all fairness, we have started and we can't be postponing. I'm just saying, if possible, please know that start preparing yourself for that. For the next time, I can understand. That is why I said yes.
I'm quite optimistic that when we come back somewhere in January, we'll move smoothly, and I'm certain we are going to go somewhere.
Okay. And please assist us with those people. Please push them to see so that they must come back and report as to whether legal representation has been granted or not.
I'll definitely do that. I'll liaise with Advocate Late for them maybe to have my numbers. During the postponement, we'll try and engage the two associations so that they get representations, my lady.
Okay, please do that.
Yes, please.
All right. Mr. Van Bergen?
My lady, it seems I'm the perennial fly in the ointment in this matter. Next term in January, my lady, I'm briefed in a 6-week trial. It's a trial of long duration from the 17th of January until the 18th of February. Would it be possible to then commence perhaps on the 28th of February and until the end of that term, or
we'll talk about it. Let's secure this one first. The main one is this one, and then after, once we agree on this one, then we'll see how we.
Yes, I'm trying to.
But the intention was if we can't finish with this one, then the next time we should utilize it from, you say from, then it means you're going to, you say from the 28th of February.
From the 17th of January until the 18th of February, I'm not available, my lady.
17th of January, we'll just check, we'll have to check as to when does the term start. I think you will be engaged during recess, as you say.
I think the term starts on the 17th of January, my lady.
So from the 17th to which date? To
the 18th of February. It's for
that's
6
almost
weeks.
a month.
It's actually 6 weeks, my lady.
It's a lot, because then after those 6 weeks, then there's nothing left for the term.
Yeah.
And you don't have anybody to assist you. Are you alone? You don't have a junior.
I don't have a junior, my lady. I unfortunately don't have that luxury, but let me see what I can do.
Okay, all right.
As your ladyship.
But we are not, yes, okay. I'm just saying, I'm just throwing all these things to you. Can you revert to me on Thursday? Mr. Sibara, I'm going to ask you when the proceedings are on, please don't disturb me and say, I want to discuss dates while other people are there. It's something that we can deal with it maybe in the afternoon before we knock off, ne? Am I clear, Mr. Sibara? Hello?
My lady?
Yes, I'm saying, please, when the proceedings are on, don't start by saying, no, my lady, can I brief you on the issue of dates, please? Let's not do that, because I try to utilize this time.
I won't do that.
Okay, I see Ms. Boko wants to say something. Ms. Boko?
No, I won't do that, my lady.
All right. Yes, ma'am.
My lady, very briefly on the suggestion of us sitting next term, first term 2022, I have accepted an acting invitation from 17 January to 4th February, but I think I will ask to be released from that obligation and that it be postponed later. I don't think
I don't think it's a problem.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Can we then leave it at that? Do you want to say something?
Yes, my lady, just very quickly, if I may ask all the council to please send their email addresses to Irene. I've spoken to my attorney and she will facilitate with Irene this poll that needs to be done.
Okay. And then you will then update us, ne?
That's correct. Thank you.
All right. Then I think we can take an adjournment now until tomorrow morning. Thank you very much.
As the court pleases.
Thank you.
As it pleases your ladyship.
Thank you.
May it please the court, my lady.
Thank you.
As a court business.